Well, hello everyone, and welcome in to our midnight program. We've got Pete with us tonight. We got Grace. We've got Eric. So we'd love to hear what all these folks have to say tonight. So hello, Pete.
Hey Rick, how's it going?
Going good, Pete. Going really good. So what's going on in your world?
Well, surviving this cruel world, Rick. Just surviving. Trying to get by, just like everybody else's.
Yeah, well, we're glad to have you. Hello, Grace. Grace, you with us too?
Yes, I'm here. So everybody is welcome to the show, and we will have a nice program tonight. And hopefully Linda will come on later. Otherwise, I will co-host with Pete, and it's not a problem. Everybody is welcome.
Excellent. Well, we're glad. We're glad you guys want to kind of fill in here tonight for Linda. So we do have a dog barking in the background. Whose dog is that?
It's not mine.
Yeah, I'm wondering. We do have a dog barking in the background. So
I
whose
would
dog
lo-
is that? Yeah,
I would love to have a dog, but I can barely take care of myself sometimes.
yeah. All right. So anyways, let's start the program here tonight. So what's on your mind? We've got a few co-hosts coming in here tonight. So Pete, what are you thinking about? What's going on in the Watchtower, Pete, lately that you'd like to talk about?
Well, it's convention season, and I can't help but notice that the Watchtower and the governing body seem to be preaching patience. And the big reason for that is because, ever since 1879, the Watchtower has been telling us that Armageddon is right around the corner. And I personally, started studying when this was in 1968, which was right in the midst of all the stay alive till 75 fight. Armageddon was supposed to be in 1975. And when it came and went, a lot of people ended up leaving the organization. And subsequently, they said, oh, well, wait till the end of the millennium. And the end of the millennium came and went. And they keep moving the goalpost and they keep being wrong. And so now it's gotten to the point where there is so much information available online. There are so many apostate, so-called apostate channels on YouTube that the Watchtower is really starting to get nervous. And they're starting to, try to tell their people, oh, just be patient. All those wonderful things that we've promised you, will happen. You just have to be patient. So, when I saw some of the stuff coming out of this convention, it really, pointed to the urgency that the Watchtower, has trying to keep their stranglehold on their cult members. And it's been a while since I've actually done a video on my channel, and I got an email from one of my viewers who was asking me if I'm going to make any more videos or if I've, retired from doing XJW Curious Channel. And I might as well take this opportunity to let everybody know what's going on. As of right now, I don't have any plans to make any future videos because I don't really think there's anything I could say in another video that I haven't already said. And I don't want to keep, repeating myself over and over, If there's something that comes up, like when they announced the 2 new members of the governing body, I definitely want to do something and weigh in on that. But
Can you hear me?
yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know if Rick is there and he can.
I'm right here. What's going on here tonight? What's happening?
This lady.
I can hear him, but he's coming in and out.
Hold on one second. Go ahead, sister. What's happening tonight? Tell me what's going on.
I can't hear Pete.
You can't
I
hear
can hear him, but he keeps coming in and out.
Pete. Can you come closer to your phone? They're saying that you're not coming in nice and clear. I mean, this is in CBS here. I mean, there's going to be problems. People have microphone problems. Pete, can you come a little bit closer? I mean, this is just driving me nuts. I mean, you guys, can you just cut me a little slack?
Test
Pete,
1, 2. Is that any better?
Is that any better, folks? Go ahead. Count to 6, Pete.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right. I mean, we got the most fussiest people on this network. It just drives me absolutely nuts.
I hear them just fine.
Yeah, it's nuts. I mean, people drive me nuts. I mean, come on, folks.
It's okay, Rick. I hear him perfectly. He's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for not banning me, Rick.
I'm gonna ban you. If you keep talking out of line, I'm going to ban you.
I know. I'm sorry. I irritate everybody. It's not
listen,
just you.
listen, I put a lot of work into this network. We have a lot of people that rely on it. This network is growing big time. We got to have people on the ball. We can't have people just, spitting stuff out that's foolish. So let's keep the program going. All right.
I don't think I'm being foolish.
Well, at times you are. At times you are.
I will keep him on the. I will keep this guy on the short leash. You have my word, Rick.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm watching him like a hawk. This guy does cause trouble. Any more trouble, he'll be banned for life. Okay, B.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what the elders used to tell me.
Well, listen. See, there you go. Listen,
are you really going to try to?
Yeah, I'm thinking of it. I've had enough of you. Just keep this up. And
don't you see you disturbing us? Just let us have our program, brother. Come on, man.
Okay.
I'm working my way through my problems too. Okay.
All right, but you've been working through them a long time. I want
your own time.
Yeah.
Well, just settle down now, and everybody else settle down. Take a deep breath, and Rick also, you can take it slow now and settle down because I will be controlling this now. So just everybody calm down. Now, people.
And let me just say this: the elders were justified when they used to tell him that. That's all.
Look at.
Well, we all have our problems, but anyway, Pete was talking about that he doesn't have a good subject now. But Pete, you will find a subject someday, and then you won't be able to keep quiet, and you
Absolutely,
will never know
Grace.
about that subject.
Hey,
I mean,
I want to say
when the time is right.
yeah.
Hey, I want to say something real quick about the subject. We were talking. Somebody was talking about Armageddon, the fear of Armageddon, the Watchtower bringing Armageddon. My studies of the Bible, of the Scriptures, and I'm not preaching, but I came to the conclusion by actually reading the Bible that Armageddon doesn't come until 1,000 years. So it's 1,000 years is a long time. So it's not right around the corner. Something may be around the corner, but it isn't Armageddon.
Yep, I actually one of the videos I did actually make showed using Watchtower math that Armageddon isn't going to occur for at least 2,000 more years.
Oh wow!
So, and the governing body is well aware of that. But they use the constant threat. I mean, if you look at the very first issue ever of the Watchtower, which was, I believe, July of 1879, in the very first paragraph, the words, the whole purpose of the Watchtower is to tell people that we are living in the last days. Those words are right in the first paragraph of the first ever Watchtower, 1879. So it's been a lie that they've been telling since they started, and I see a very familiar face on the screen.
Hello.
Okay,
Hi, Linda.
we got Linda.
Thank you
on.
for inviting me in, Rick.
Okay, well, we've got Apostle Bay back on with us. So let's move forward. And we want to hear what she has to say, as well as the other people on here tonight as well. So I'll cut out of here. Go ahead, Apostle Babe. It's your program.
Please continue, Pete, with what you were saying.
Oh,
Am I making that hideous sound? I hope not. And thank you, everybody, for jumping in and just being like, we're here. We'll do this. We'll do that. Love you guys all. Mwah. Thank you. But please go on, Pete.
The audience members here on Healing After Watchtower are very loyal, very good group of people. May not be the largest audience, but I think it's the best audience.
Definitely.
I was just saying that, Watchtower has been, preaching ever since 1879 that we're in the last days. And they keep perpetuating the lie in order to keep control over, their flock. It's a control tactic that they use, and it's still successful, although judging by the size of the audience on this show, it's, more and more people are waking up to, the game that they're playing. So that's a good thing. And
It is.
It all boils down, Linda, to just, if people would step back and just do a little critical thinking about what they're being taught, I think a lot of their questions would, or a lot of the things that the Watchtower is teaching would really be exposed if people just, really thought about what they were being told.
I agree with you, and thank you. I got to call you last minute and say, listen, I think I know how to critically think, but I know you know how to critically think. Please come join me. Because I would like more suggestions on ways to critically think, because what the Watchtower tells us is you can't believe the news, you can't believe any other religion, you can't believe anything else but us.
Unless it comes from the Watchtower.
Right.
It's from Satan. Yeah.
Yes. So when anybody else tells you this story, you might want to do some critical thinking. Look up some of the stuff.
It's the ultimate gaslight. If it doesn't come from us, it comes from the devil.
Yes. And you are not wise enough to know any better, so you must trust us. Right? Your favorite apostate.
Absolutely.
I can remember distinctively an elder saying when I was a kid that they've done all the homework for us. I remember that so well, looking at him thinking, that is so odd. They've done all of the research for us. And he was smiling like this is a really good thing, Now,
did that before or after he got done washing windows?
Yes, I don't know. And I don't know if that was before or after 1975.
Yeah.
I think it's after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For those people who don't know my history, I started studying in 1968. By 1980, I was out of the organization. So it's been a long time for me. And the reason that I left the organization was because, especially after 1975, when Armageddon didn't happen in 1975, as we were told repeatedly, then I started to question, well, what else are they telling me? What else am I being taught that isn't true? And the more research I did, and the more I found out, the more I realized that basically nothing that the Watchtower taught was actually in the Bible. As a matter of fact, more often than not, their teachings were contrary to what was in the Bible. And so, my enthusiasm to stay part of the organization, it dwindled rapidly, and I ended up getting this fellowship. But I stayed, now I was born and raised, originally Catholic, which is Christian by default. And then, when I was in Sunday school and was asked to leave because I was asking critical thinking questions.
At 8 years old.
At 8 years old. It's like, wait a minute, things I'm being taught in Sunday school.
We can't do you guys on YouTube at all.
Don't jive with what's
what did you say, hon?
Somebody said they can't
hear
see us
you on YouTube.
No.
They can't hear us on YouTube or can't see us on YouTube?
No, we can't hear you.
Can't hear you. Okay, so that means his microphone is directed more towards the voices of the callers. So we have to speak up a bit, I think, because he has one of those direct microphones. Is that any better if I'm speaking up a little louder?
Okay.
Hello. I want to say now, I have both YouTube and I have you on the phone also. I can hear you very well on YouTube. It's not a problem. Maybe we had this problem before that people are on the show that's the old show. You have to go to the new show.
Okay.
It's called Healing After the Watchtower. And then you need to refresh your browser on YouTube. That's your problem.
Yeah.
This is quite possible. And this has happened many times before. The older show still seems like it's live, and they can't hear us, but they'll see us. Yes.
But I can hear you. But I can hear you very well on YouTube. It's not a problem for me. When I listen on YouTube, I hear you loud and clear.
You're right, Grace. You're right.
Okay. Wow. This was a quick fix, and I am really proud of
There
us.
we go.
Oh my gosh, we thought of it quickly. Usually it takes us a week to figure it out.
Yeah, well, when it comes to technical stuff, I'm no good at all. I'm very much an analog guy living in a digital world.
Oh my goodness. I want to bring up what you were talking about, Pete, about the very first Watchtower that Charles Taze Russell put out.
Right.
It said, "Herald Christ's presence." This was like announcement that Christ is present. He is here now, invisibly. So when he first put out that Watchtower, they believed that Christ's presence was already happening.
Yeah.
And that was going off of a previous date that got recycled later into 1914 something or another, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's if you look at the history of the Watchtower, I mean, it's just a comedy of errors through the entire history. Russell started the International Bible Students because, he had studied with the Millerites, and the Millerites had, predicted basically what would amount to Armageddon back in like the 1840s.
Mm-hmm.
When that didn't happen, he got disillusioned, and so he kind of formed his own Bible study group. And that led to the International Bible Students. And, a lot of people say that the International Bible Students became Jehovah's Witnesses, but that's not even true. What happened is once Russell died, the International Bible Students actually split into several different factions.
Yes.
And Rutherford kind of took control of one faction of the Bible Students and changed the name to Jehovah's Witnesses. But I mean, the International Bible Students are still in existence today.
Yes. Yes.
You know, they're still active. They're still preaching.
Thank
they're
you,
still
Rick.
doing their things. So, you know, Jehovah's Witnesses, International Bible Students didn't become Jehovah's Witnesses. Jehovah's Witnesses left the International Bible Students. So
Yes.
they were apostates from the
Correct.
International Bible Students.
So well put. Yep, we did. Jehovah's Witnesses were apostates of the International Bible Student Association. And in London, they still use International Bible Student Association, that abbreviation.
Absolutely.
They still use it in London and Britain.
Yep.
You know, the abbreviation.
Yep.
And Watchtower makes the literature for both.
Yep. It's, you know, when my mother and I, you know, first started studying with the Witnesses, you know, my mother's family, very strict Catholic family, you know, Portuguese Catholic. My grandparents were Joseph and Maria. You don't get much more Catholic than that. So when my mother announced that we were going to start studying with the Jehovah's Witnesses, you know, her family basically disowned her, you know, and me by extension. You know, so when she went to her study, you know, teacher and said, well, my family's, well, they're like disowning me. And she was like, well, that's a good thing. That just shows that you're doing the right thing. You know, when your family shuns you, that means you're doing right.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, geez, you know, 20 years later when I got this fellowship, I wasn't being shunned because what I did was right. You know, so apparently it's what's right for the organization. You know, so
precisely.
It's okay if your family shunned you because you're going to join the cult, but if, you know, the cult shunned you because you decided to go elsewhere, well, then that's a bad shunning. You know, shunning is shunning. It's either good or it's bad. It can't be both.
You know, I was reading last night, a matter of fact, about the effects of ostracism, specifically in prisons when they put people in the hole, what is called the hole, or solitary confinement. It takes about 15 days for them to go crazy, okay? Hallucinating, all kinds of mental effects. Now, people get put in the hole for days, weeks, it could be months, it could be years, okay? And it could just be for being rebellious to one of the guards, you know? You don't have to do anything major, but it's a form, and they call it discipline too. Just like the organization calls shunning a form of discipline. When in actuality, when you take people away from being able to socialize with others, it's a punishment, and it's oppressive, and it's mentally abusive. I downloaded a PDF that's like 60 pages, so I haven't read it yet, but just reading a little bit about, you know, prison systems and how they do that, oh my God, it's pretty intense. And ostracism, yes, you see people around you, but if they treat you as though you are dead, as though you do not deserve to exist, it's still that same experience of being treated as though you're walking dead. You know, it's horrible.
You know, I keep seeing there's a video of David Nam, who is a lawyer for the Watchtower, and I believe it was in 2019. He appeared before the Canadian Supreme Court, and he testified, and part of his statement was that Jehovah's Witnesses do not shun.
Was this when he was like against Wall, that gentleman named Wall that was suing?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So he's like, Jehovah's Witnesses, we do not shun. Like, disfellowshipped people are allowed to attend meetings. They're allowed to sit wherever they want.
Right.
They can sing the songs, and when they go home, their life continues on just as it normally does. We do not shun. But yet,
Normal family conditions, yeah.
but just, I think it was 3-4 years ago at one of the conventions. And if you go to jw.org, even now, I believe they still have it up, there is a video that says, show loyalty to Jehovah, shun unrepentant wrongdoers.
Yes, yes.
And
That
it's
term.
a video where a mother gets a text from her, disfellowshipped daughter and just ignores it.
Yep.
And
Sets it down.
but
She
it's
looks
like,
over at her husband first, too.
right, But it's like, so in court against the, in front of the highest legal authority of the country, they say, no, we don't shun. But yet right there on their own website, this is what they teach people to shun. It's just blatant lies.
It is. In Norway, a part of the Norway thing was not just shunning, but that children would be shunned within their own homes and children would be kicked out of the homes. Now, your situation is one of the first that I got to hear that elders literally came to a parent and suggested that they kick the child out of the house because they would be a bad influence on somebody else, even though you didn't have somebody in your family that you would be a bad influence on. But that seems to be the thing that we've seen over and over and over again. You get them out of the house, and then you definitely shun them. You don't speak any words to them.
I was 19 when I was disfellowshipped. So it wasn't like I was a 14, 15-year-old teenager, So they came to my mother and said, well, he's 19. He should be out on his own anyhow.
How dare them?
Yeah. Well,
How dare them?
Just a couple of years before that, I had an elder sit in my living room and counsel me because I had worn a leisure suit to a meeting. Google that if you don't know.
I remember that. Leisure suits were the thing, man.
Oh, man. And I had one of those baby blue ones. It was.
Oh, I bet that looked really good.
Oh,
Because you have like an olive skin tone, and I bet it just looked really good with your olive skin tone.
Hair and, my younger days, I was, quite the good-looking kid. I made that leisure suit look good.
I bet you did. You still got it going on, buddy. You still do. If you throw on a leisure suit today, it's like, look out, people.
If I got it going on, I don't know where it is because I can't catch it.
Oh, no. No, but I oh, goodness gracious. This, and I was glad when I called you earlier to say, help me out with this idea of critically thinking, because we get this from other areas besides the organization. There's other people that are influencers in our lives, and they'll direct us in certain ways. And if they're older than us, or even if they have a position like a teacher, or if they're a therapist or a doctor, it's an uneven, so they have a place of authority. So they can abuse their position of authority. And yes, it's a good idea to trust somebody that's been educated in a certain area, but it is okay to, get a second opinion. It is okay if your gut instincts rise up and think, it is okay to look it up and to critically think, well, if that's the case, then this and then that. To think that way is good.
Yeah, you've got to, like, when we're born as children, small children are very curious by nature.
Yes.
They're always asking why, how, how come the grass is green? How come, and a lot of the times, whatever the first answer is we get, from our parents in particular, we just accept because those are our parents.
Yes.
So I grew up like most kids, believing things my mother told me, like, Santa brings toys to the good girls and boys, and the Easter Bunny, brings us candy to celebrate the resurrection of Jesus. And, the tooth fairy brings us money if you put your tooth under a pillow, and that's your dad, things like that. So, but as we get older, your ability to think critically and to keep asking questions, eventually lead you to find out that some of these things aren't necessarily true. And, to not want to critically think and to not ask questions is almost being like a form of intellectual laziness. It's like if you just want to accept what you're being told.
I hear you. Just a moment, sir.
That's not a good place to be. You need to keep asking questions until you get to an answer that makes sense and satisfies that curiosity.
Yes. And who is the caller that's calling in?
Hi, this is Larry Wayne in Camarillo. I just want to say something real quick.
Hi, Larry.
Talking. Hi. The guy who's talking, the sound quality, and I'm not going to involve Rick Farron because it's not on his side. It's on the side of whoever's talking. Whatever he's using is like he's watching a program in the distance, and it's not like he's talking into a microphone or into the phone. It's like we're listening to a program that's on the other side of the room. So if he could somehow talk louder or improve his volume or do something, so because it's very hard, we have to strain to hear him, and it's not Rick Farron's program that's at fault. So something that his phone is doing, it sounds like it's on a radio or a TV that he's watching on the other side of the room.
That's really descriptive. I appreciate that because it sounds like he's far away and he has a different tone to his voice. I appreciate that, Larry. Thank you.
I'm hearing that. Apostle Bay.
Hi, Kurt.
Hey, can you hear me very good?
I can hear you pretty good. Yes.
Okay. I wanted to make a real quick comment on what you were talking about earlier on the invisible presence doctrine. I already know this, but the SDA, when they had the great disappointment and Christ didn't show up, they developed real quickly the investigative judgment doctrine, where it took place in heaven, we couldn't be seen. Later on, oh my goodness, that guy that worked with Russell, that was SDA, I'm trying to think of his name.
Not Stores, but Miller. There was Stores and there was Miller, Barber.
Yeah, Barber. Thank you for that. Nelson
Okay.
Barber. Yeah, Nelson Barber. Thank you. Nelson Barber and Russell, of course, they developed the invisible presence together for the 1874 invisible presence. And one last thing, they came across the emphatic diaglot. I've got a copy of it. Benjamin Wilson was a Church of God pastor and scholar, and he done a New Testament, and it was called the emphatic diaglot. And in that Matthew 24:3, he used the word parousia, or presence.
Can I interrupt you a minute? Who did you say created that version of the Bible? Who did you say this was?
It was the emphatic diaglot. The Watchtower printed it. I don't know if they're still printing it or not, but they got the right to print that emphatic diaglot by Benjamin Wilson, and he used he used the word presence instead of coming in Matthew 24:3,
Yes.
from the word parousia. But anyway, I didn't know how to do all that. I was going to throw that in there.
Thank you. That's true.
Doctrine. That's where it got its start. Okay, thanks, Apostle Babe. Thank you.
Do you know how many hours I spent alone, me, talking to you, even before I was married to Rick? And who do you talk about, Dan and Angela?
Okay, let me do another mic check here.
Okay.
I tried something a little different, so let's see if this worked any better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm hearing you the same. Hi.
Hi.
Who is the caller? Is this Larry?
Yeah, this is Larry. Maybe he was just not aware and not talking very loud before. So
is it any better?
The room, but a little bit. But maybe he's talking louder.
How's this?
And there's somebody in the background too that's jabbering away. It makes it hard to hear.
Yeah. So if you're not talking to either Pete or myself on the show, can you push *6? Thank you. I appreciate you, Larry.
Yeah, I can't figure out what's going on because, I mean, I've been on the show multiple times and I'm doing the exact same thing. So I don't know why tonight it's being an issue.
I think Larry said it is better now. And is that correct, Larry? His sound is better?
Well, before, now he's talking a little bit lower and it's very hard to hear him. He has to talk loud, he has to project his voice.
Okay.
I don't know what quality microphone he has, but he's going to have to, work on his. And how does the Watchtower say it? The emphatic. They had something they graded us on how our voice volume or there's terminologies that they would use.
Yeah, projection. And I hear the female voice too.
Yeah, it seems like somebody's has a conversation in the background and they don't want to mute.
Yeah. So if anybody is not talking to Pete or myself, could you please push *6? Or if you did want to speak up, push *6 to speak up to join the conversation.
There's a lot.
Susan. I think it's Susan in the background.
Okay.
Susan, I think.
A lot of noise.
Why can't you send her a text message to mute?
Yeah, it does. It sounds like Susan.
Okay. Miss Susan, please push *6. Rick's wife, Susan, if you could push *6. Sometimes she doesn't realize that she has the microphone open, and then you'll hear her talking to Rick, which is pretty natural, but it's easy to forget that the microphone is on. So if you do have the microphone on, meaning you've pushed *6 and it says unmuted, if you can find your own microphone and push that, that helps too. That's on your dial pad. Usually there's a microphone there, and then when you want to speak up, push that microphone to speak up. Sometimes that does help. Thank you, Kurt, for bringing that up about the great disappointment and the that certain Bible, the emphatic dialogue. Is that what you said? The emphatic dialogue? Yeah, the Watchtower, I believe, owns that now.
Diaglot.
Thank you, Larry. Diaglot.
Yeah.
Hey, Linda.
Hey,
on that emphatic dialogue, check this out. What?
Diaglot.
Okay, but on that particular passage, check this out. What do you think, Pete? Forget the word parousia, whatever that thing is. In Matthew 24:3, forget that word. They bring up the new system. I mean, they're the only Bible, if you go to Bible Gateway, never does it say the new system. That comes out of like the Twilight Zone, United. The new, forget parousia, whatever you want to call it. Forget that. The
Right.
new system. That should send shivers down your spine. Because
You know,
they talked about this in 1940s to 50s when the United Nations came back. And so they're in on it. Watchtower has always been a petri dish, experimental. I mean, we are part of the lab experiment. So when I hear people talk about parousia, whatever, I'm like, forget that. The new system.
Well, let me make a comment on that. Let me make
Go
a
ahead.
comment on that. Obviously, in Matthew 24:3, the Greek word was parousia, and that word's got to be translated. Number two, they use the system of things, idiom or a sentence in place of the end of the age. The end of the
wow.
age. I prefer the end of the age. I prefer the end of the age. But at any rate, something is coming to an end. A system of things or an age is coming to an end, and something new starting.
No, this is where you're wrong. And let me tell you why. Because the Watchtower cover Bible, the cover says the New World Translation. Just stop and think. Put away your religious beliefs. We're talking about a Bible that says the New World Translation, and then it says the new system. Fast forward to the year 2023.
But you didn't follow what Kurt was saying.
No, I did follow. I'm telling you, this is not.
I'm actually hearing both of your points, and both of your points are making sense, but you're at different places.
When Peter said that this world, 2 Peter chapter 3, when this world is stored up for fire, this world will come to an end, or the age will come to an end. But if this world is stored up for fire, then there will be a new world.
No. You don't understand. You're trying to talk about religion.
I want you to stop. I want you to stop.
No, you know what? You need to quit talking. You need to quit talking to Kurt like that. Are you that?
For a minute.
Right?
I want you to hold on.
Go ahead.
Let them have their disagreement, and let them have their because they're being decent with each other in their disagreement right now.
No, he's not. Is this that GGB4 whatever guy?
Yes.
You're talking down to Kurt, and you're telling him, you don't understand, and things like that. Kurt understands what's going on.
They're having a decent debate.
Yeah, you can't.
They're not calling each other names.
Something like
they're disagreeing. So let's let them have that time.
No, you.
Yeah, I don't want to argue with anybody, but I took a little offense of it. He told me at least twice that I don't understand. Now that's out of place. That's out of place.
Okay, maybe we should just change. Instead of arguing, we could change the subject. I wanted to talk about.
You can't talk to this guy on a subject because of the way he talks to you. He says, "This is where you're wrong," and you don't understand. Phrases like that.
Well, but he's not calling him names. He's not saying. He's not calling him names and telling him he doesn't understand because he's a poo-poo butt. He's not saying that's where you're wrong because you're, ignorant. He's just saying that's where you're wrong. And then he's bringing out his point of view, which is okay debating stuff. Excuse me?
Listen, you can't start out a sentence with "this is where you're wrong," and you don't understand. It's okay. Me and Kurt and people.
Do you have a different suggestion?
Maybe you're the one that doesn't understand.
But projection you are still on a short leash now, Wyatt Earp, and you have to go down. Yes.
Wyatt Earp, you happen to be boyfriend number one.
go back in your chair and start to deep breathing some. And this also, Eric, it doesn't help when you come on and also argue with him. Everybody else settles down and calm down. I wanted to change the subject, so I wanted to
Okay.
talk about...
I don't think Eric was here, but go ahead, Grace.
We had a hypnotist here in After the Storm in February 16, and his name was Dom. And he was talking about that if you're in a car accident, it might be your own fault. And he was talking about, like, he was mixing it up with well-known psychological phenomena. And that really rubbed me the wrong way. I feel like I'm not much into this victim blaming. Here is what I think about it. If you are tired and overworked and overstrained, then you might make a mistake when you're out driving your car, or you can make mistakes just when you're very tired. So I think this is what happens, and then people think, well, you brought it on yourself, blah, 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 you sort it out. No, I don't think so. I noticed myself also, if I'm having a bad day, if I don't sleep or I have too much going on, I don't drive the car as good as when I'm in a good state. I have eaten well, slept well, I'm alert, I feel good, I'm having a good day. So, and I don't appreciate it, because where does this victim blaming end? I mean, this is your fault, and that's your fault. And
Okay, we agree with you, sister, and I think you covered it very well. Can we get back to what we were talking about?
Can I make a comment here, too?
The problem here was that the subject you were talking about before, then they started to argue and screaming at each other, and that's the reason why I changed the subject.
Can I make a comment here?
Arguing would stop.
We're about to scream at you because you don't let us talk.
Oh, my goodness.
Hello?
Okay. Zach, is that you, Zach?
It is I. So there's a conversation going on where they don't agree with each other's view, but they're discussing it. And this same brother, this one that I call Jeff, was never in the room at the same time when Jeff comes in. This guy starts telling them how what they should not say and what they should say to each other. So he's not contributing to the discussion. He's giving his opinion on how they should talk to each other. I don't think that's a good reason for changing the subject. I think that he should just kind of be quiet sometimes, because he's not contributing anything. That's the bottom line.
Thank you, Zach. Now,
You're welcome.
I want to say something.
Go ahead, Kurt, and thank you, Zach. Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody like Larry and Wyatt Earp knows me pretty well. Zachary, I remember you forever. Anybody that knows me very well knows that I'm not a know-it-all. That's a joke. A joke for me to think I'm a know-it-all. I like to get on with Larry on his program and argue around. Larry and I are good friends. Me and Wyatt Earp are good friends. Me and Zachary are good friends, and so on. But now this other guy,
Gilbert Gonzalez.
We don't know each other very well. We don't know each other very well, and it may just be the way he talks. Oh, you're wrong about that. Forget about that word parousia. You're wrong about that. You know, and that kind of. I'm 67 years old. 67. Of course, I'm not 107. People disagree with me all the time.
You know, when I listen to those discussions, sometimes a person is trying to make their point about a scripture, and sometimes a person is trying to fight against the Watchtower Society, no matter what the point is. And we're able to discern that.
Yeah. That's a good point too.
What you were trying. Yeah, you were in the verses, and you were trying to discuss them. And I understand that anything you said that might sound like Watchtower Society, that would not be accepted by the other party. But we can discern that. So I was appreciating the conversation. It's just when that third voice comes in and says, don't talk to him like that, and don't do this and don't do that, and it overpowers the conversation. That's not appreciated by a listener. Okay, I'm going to mute myself.
I'm going to say one other thing, and I'll shut up for a while. I think all of us may be this way that I'm going to describe. I learned, I don't know, a few years, just recently, within the last 5 years, I learned something that I don't think I was aware of. When the Bible's being discussed, or politics, but the Bible specifically, I learned that if I talk to a Catholic about transubstantiation, I don't agree with it. But I understand why they teach it. It's just we interpret the Bible differently.
Mm-hmm.
So when someone's talking about the Watchtower, I apply that to the Watchtower. I think some of their teachings are outrageous. But the core teachings, I will stand up for. In other words, what this amounts to is when the Watchtower says there will be a new world, and they put it on their Bible. Some people say, uh-oh, they're part of the New World Order. No. Yeah, they put New World Translation because they're looking for a new world. That's what they're looking for. I learned that when I was 2 years old. They're looking for a new world.
And you know, Kurt, I can remember growing up hearing the terminology New World Order, looking forward to the new order. And then, you know, yes, what the Bible says, New World Translation. My first recollection, my first, you know, receiving of New World or New Order was this positive thing. And when I left the organization and hear about it being talked about in this other way that's really not a good thing, it was quite surprising to me because growing up it was presented as like that's our destination, you know.
Yeah.
That's two different things though. And I'm not defending the Watchtower, but the Watchtower went way back when they said New World Order, it wasn't the same thing. Even though it's the same words, it wasn't the same meaning as the political system now trying to make a New World Order. It was, I was trying to say a new, like Kurt said, a new world. And of course, it had to be an order, and they like to say God has an organization. They think order and organization is the same word.
Sure.
So they're using that terminology to represent what they were looking for: a new world, a new order, not a political new world order like what they're saying today.
Okay, that I'm gonna receive as quite possible. Yeah, definitely. Goodness gracious, I hope so. It's like, yeah, that actually makes sense in my head, Larry. Thank you.
Anyway, I'm going to shut up for a while. I'm not mad or anything, and GB, I've heard him talk a lot. I don't have a thing in the world against him. We don't agree on a lot of things, but you know, he's very, very welcome. He don't have to have my approval. He don't have to have my approval for anything. But he's very welcome to come back on and talk. Matter of fact, I need to take a break for a few minutes anyway, so I'm going to mute my phone. And
sure.
I hope I didn't offend him.
Well,
I really deliberately was.
Go ahead, love.
Go ahead.
I really like the way that you shared that, you know, a bit of that you found it a bit offensive. There still wasn't name calling, so it was still debate. You know, you were still being real in what you were trying to say. It's okay to be like I thought things were going okay. Even though GG for GB was like, that's where you're wrong. That's his style. That's his style. That's his style. You know, that's where you're wrong. And he'll start in with this, that, and the other, or he'll say, forget about this, which actually means let's set that aside and go into simply this category. And just this itself proves whatever, whatever, whatever. That's kind of his style of speaking that I've come to know and love. But to me, both of you guys had very good points. But I could see why, Kurt, why you said I take offense to that, because you could have experienced it as very dismissive. You know, you were bringing up these good points, and then it was like you might have experienced it as being dismissed and as if it wasn't worthy to talk about anymore. But still, it was good debate. I thought it was still good debate because we weren't calling each other names. You know, we were disagreeing. And the more we get to do that, I think we get to learn from each other, you know, and we can, to me, this is a good practice ground for having debates outside in the real world and how to treat each other. So yeah, I hope this is making sense.
Yeah. Hey, Linda, I want to share an experience that I had with my mother. This was like maybe 20 or 30 years ago, but it's kind of a long story. I'll try to make it short. My mom was controlled by my father. My father was controlling and manipulative, and married her when she was 14. But my mother said something to me because she's led by my father, and I kind of took offense at what she said, and I told her, I said, I don't think that's right. And she says, well, you and I explained to her, I said, and she said to me, and this is going to sound very strange, she says, I should know what she means. I should know what she means. So that's basically, I should read her mind.
Oh my goodness.
People cannot read other people's minds. So my point is, what comes out of our mouth is in English. Now, if we speak another language and we speak in, talk in another language, that's different. But if we're speaking English, English has a meaning.
Yes.
And what we say that comes out of our mouth has meaning. Nobody's supposed to read your mind or know your personality to hear what you're saying. What comes out of the mouth has meaning. So we should correct, each individual should correct how we say things, and it would be less offensive if we actually spoke, and I'm not saying these people don't speak English, but if we speak English, let's use English correctly and say the right words.
Okay.
Mr. Superhuman,
What's that?
are you the Superhuman show?
Oh, and by the way, sister, I'm not referring to you. I'm talking about all of us who speak English, who were born, like my mother.
Yeah,
She was born speaking English. Yeah.
No, I didn't take
Forgive me
offense.
for looking around. I have to find a plug.
I didn't think. No, I did. Reason I'm asking you if you're the Superhuman show is because I wanted to ask you: are you coming on soon? Because you just had 2 programs and I haven't been seeing you on lately. Will you have a show soon?
Well, here's the problem. I would love to do a program, but I have responsibility at 9 o'clock my time, which is 9, 10, 11, 12 o'clock Eastern time. And my show is supposed to come on at 11 o'clock every other Saturday. And I couldn't do it, as the people who watched the program saw on my second program. I had to take a break because of my responsibility. I took 15 minutes off and came back. Well, Rick didn't like that, and so he didn't let me come on the next week because I couldn't come on exactly that time. I would either have to come on late or take a break in the meantime, and he didn't want to do that. So that's what's been holding it up.
Well, what about Sundays? Because Rick said he has time on Sundays.
I guess I could do it on Sunday.
I'm thinking that might even be a really, really good idea.
Yeah. And by the way, on my program, what I wanted to do, so you guys think about this, how it sounds. What I wanted to do is to share and help people to become superhuman, just to improve life. And so if there was, I was going to maybe interview a person at a time and get volunteers. What is it that they need help in?
Hey,
to become?
You can interview me anytime you want. I'll go toe to toe with you.
We just went in a circle.
Point. You're missing the point.
Interview me right now, man. Interview me right now. Ask me about anything.
Okay, you're missing the point. The point is to
No, I'm
improve,
not. No, I'm not.
Not to,
Okay. Everything went into a circle, and I just missed what happened. Wyatt, you joined in, and what did you have to say?
Who?
Wyatt Earp.
Well, here's the. He's wanting me to confront him, and that's not what it's about. What it's about, people
just
who
ask me a question. Can I ask you one?
Well, you're missing the point. It wasn't to ask. It was.
Do you know the answers to things?
Well, he's actually sharing.
Subject, and I'll ask you a question.
He's actually just a minute, Wyatt. He's sharing what he would like to present during the time he gets to have a host a show, and part of it was, interviewing people, and then everything spun for a minute, and I got lost.
Interview me right now. Start your show, man.
It's not to go toe to toe. You missed the point already. So
I know what kind of guy you are. I know.
No way.
It's not confrontation.
Wyatt.
Are you very peaceful?
Hello, I am the host of the show. Wyatt, you don't get to come on here and tell people you know what kind of person you are.
Are you waving a rainbow flag?
Okay, dude.
Anyway, Wyatt, you can talk to him when he has his show. Maybe he will come on a Sunday.
You don't get to treat people like that, Wyatt. I'm the one with the rainbow flag.
Rick said at the beginning of this show, the demographic is like 40 to 65 or something like that. I'm right in that range, man. We don't tolerate this kind of stuff. We understand when these youngsters are trying to talk down to us.
This is not a youngster. Larry John Wayne is not by any means a youngster. Larry John Wayne was in the middle.
Sometimes I get this feeling sometimes that men are talking down to women, and I don't like it either. So, I mean, we all have our feelings about the show and everything.
Hey, sister,
but anyway,
I would like...
hold on. I just want to say this, back to the subject about Superhuman. I think I missed this Superhuman show, and I enjoyed it, and about the kryptonite that you told me and everything. And it seems to me, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but it seems to me that this Wyatt Earp also misses your Superhuman show. So when you come back on, you will have lots of people coming on your show, I think. We're looking forward to see you.
Oh, thank you.
Wyatt, you don't get to come on here and call everybody gay as if it's a slur. Talk about rainbow flags and all this crap as if it's a slur. I've told you I'm a lesbian. You've said you're fine with it. Be nice to the people that come on this show, and don't disrespect them.
Hey, Linda.
Yes.
Linda, I would like to know one thing. Who does he think is so young and unexperienced and don't know what they're talking about? So he said somebody's coming on here is young. I would like to know who is he referring to as being so young?
Yes, I am the young one. He's referring to me.
Okay.
It is our grace. And what's so great is that Wyatt is boyfriend number one, and then Daniel, Buddy Love, is boyfriend number 2 for Grace, because they both adore her. They adore her. It was like 2 shows ago, Wyatt was just flirting with her like there was nothing, like nobody's business. I almost blushed. It was great.
I'm having a ball just sitting here watching all this.
Wow, tonight's turned really strange.
There we go. I have to say this about Wyatt. That's the third time tonight that I've heard him open his statement with, "I'll go toe to toe with you."
Yeah.
That says it all right there.
Yeah, well, he pretty much said that to me when I did my program too. But I'm not about going toe to toe.
He's
Some
very
people
much a one-trick
winning
pony,
even when they're
you know?
not winning, so it's useless.
You know, if you want to go toe to toe with somebody, go down to the corner bar and talk about your sports team. Then somebody will go toe to toe with you happily. This isn't the time or place for it.
It really isn't. And I've let stuff go in the past and have come to realize that I let it go a bit too long. So that's why I jumped in today and was like, oh, hell no.
Yeah.
This won't be okay. We're going to knock this off now, because I did think the way. That's it. That's all I'm saying. But please go on, Larry, with what you were sharing.
I think I was done, but anyway, I love talking to people, and it's not. I'm like Kurt. Don't really like to argue, because
Right.
if 2 people are arguing, they're both right in their own mind, even if they're wrong. So it's useless to say I'm right and you're wrong, because the other person says the same thing.
It does no good for somebody in a discussion to say that's where you're wrong, because especially if we're talking about, like, say, the Bible or religion, you know, religion, politics, and sports are the 3 things where, you know, more people fight about than any other reason. And that's because it's all
where
subjective.
You're wrong. I'm just joking.
I was like, that did not just happen. Larry. Dying.
No, but I mean, it's all subjective, you know. To tell somebody that's where you're wrong, you know, means that they have to be refuting an established fact. You know, if I say, "Oh, gee, the sky looks blue today," you know, that's where you're wrong. It's actually teal. No, it's subjective, you know. It's actually cerulean.
Yeah.
No. You know, but when it comes to, like, the Bible, the Bible gets translated so many different ways, you can't say that anything in it is definitive.
Very good point, Peter.
I'm hearing a curious Pete. I'm having a terrible, terrible time hearing him.
Yeah, most of us are.
While he's talking. But anyway,
Odd.
I think Gigi, it didn't mean anything. That's just the way he talks. It made me think of an example. I don't think I'll bore you with this. It just take a couple of minutes. Years ago, right here in this living room, I had my youngest sister and her husband sitting over on the couch. And he is an elder, has been an elder for quite a while. Actually, he's 2 or 3 years older than I am, but he looks like he's about 40. He's a real good shape. He does a lot of physical gym type of work. Anyway, he thinks a lot of himself, but he's okay. He's all right. He was sitting over on the couch with my sister, and we were having a Bible discussion. And so they were listening to me, and it was his time to talk. So he sat forward up on the edge of the couch, and he was just looking at me hard. And he said, you know, Kurt, he said, when you look up in the sky and you see the stars and you see the sun and the moon, he says, doesn't that convince you that the Creator? And I said, stop right there. Just stop. I said, Mark, did you hear me say anything that would infer that I didn't think there was a Creator? Boy, he stopped in his tracks. And I said, now, Mark, if you're going to talk to me, you're going to talk to me like a man. I'm a man full grown, and you're a man full grown. No childish talk. No childish talk. And it offended him quite a bit, but he settled down, and we continued our conversation. The point being is when, and I've been guilty of it, I'm sure I have, when you start a conversation, two men in particular, and it's serious, it's a serious conversation. If one man starts off by saying, you don't understand, you don't understand this, well, you know, that's a bad start. When I talk to another man, I figure that he understands. He's got his own way. It's like me and Larry Wayne. There's nothing Larry Wayne don't understand. We just disagree on several things. But I don't say you're wrong about it, because your conclusion is, your whole argument's solid, and your conclusion may be the truth. But keep in mind this other side of the argument. You can get, I'm going to say one last thing, I'm going to shut up. The doctrine of salvation. If a man chooses to, he can get on YouTube, and there is constant debate, weekly debate or monthly debate between Calvinists and Armenians and free grace. There's three options in the doctrine of salvation in the New Testament. Those three. And they argue endlessly. And what it boils down to is how they interpret the Scriptures. That's what the problem is. One group interprets the same Scriptures different than the other group interprets. So anyway, I'm done for right now, but I hope I didn't make Gigi mad. I don't think he meant anything by it. It wasn't no, huge thing. But if we were going to continue to talk, and two or three other people join in, then we all respect each other. When Larry Wayne opened his mouth, or Wide Earp opened his mouth, I figure they know what they're talking about. They thought about it. They've got their view of it. And so, I listen to it. And it's like Larry. Me and Larry agree on a lot of things, but there's a lot of things we probably never will actually agree on. But anyway, I'm going to shut up so somebody else can talk. Go ahead. I'm going to mute the phone.
What's really beautiful about healing after the Watchtower is that we do not have to all agree on everything.
Well, that's good. Can you hear me any better now? Oh, I guess not.
I saw a few people in the...
I think I hear you better. But I mean, when this Leather King went on tonight, and he said this to Carrie, and I think she's from, was it Connecticut or Illinois? But Carrie, she's a friend of Superhuman, and this Leather King said to her, by an elderly woman. Is that a way to talk to somebody? Is that respect to say, by an elderly woman? What's that? That's just putting a woman down because she's older, or what?
That's how I heard it. That's exactly how I heard it. And what really bothered me about that situation, and as a matter of fact, he was speaking about Carrie. And Carrie spends time in the chat, not here on YouTube, but there's a chat room connected to 6 screens where, you know, she and I'm missing names, but Zach and a few other people that regularly show up in the chat, and it doesn't even matter what the show is about. That is their weekly gathering. This woman is wiser than most women. The stuff that she has gone through because of her time in the org has been humongously more than most people will live through. Like, it's been 3 or 4 lifetimes, the crap that she's had to tolerate, the abuse that she's had to suffer, and then have the elders tell her to go back and be a better wife, you know, to who she was married to, who was beating the hell out of her. So hearing him talk to her that way made me want to smack him. And that's rude, and I know it's rude, but that's where I was at the moment. What was going on is I was thinking to myself, this man don't even know who he's talking to, because she is such a woman of wisdom. He has no clue. And what she suggested was, honey, go ahead and join the org. I mean, you're pretty much defending it all this time and disagreeing with all these people, basically by stating, yeah, that's not my experience. Well, of course it's not his experience. He has not experienced being involved and fully committed to this organization. He's not going to experience it, but the way he kept saying it was so dismissive. And when she challenged him, he was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm a Christian. Well, what is he even showing? It's like, what are you doing, dude? You know? What are you doing?
I think it's horrible. And I was disgusted, actually. I was really disgusted. And I get so surprised because Rick didn't mute him when he said this to Carrie. He can just sit here and be, he's violent, actually. He's violent here. And Rick doesn't mute him. He can say whatever he wants just because he is a Bible student or what. There has to be a limit. Even if you're a Bible student, you cannot speak to Carrie this way. It's not okay. And some other people, they get muted. They are maybe just have a bad voice. I mean, if a person can say anything just because they're talking like this, oh, I have a smooth voice, and you're an elderly woman.
And he does have a smooth voice. Actually, his voice is quite handsome.
Linda, you think I could to talk about maybe some decorum on 6 screens, if that would be all right?
No, it doesn't sound all right. You sound too polite, and you sound like your feelings are going to get hurt too easy. Stand up.
Wyatt, you're speaking to Wyatt. You're speaking to Dick Borgie. Wyatt, you're speaking to Dick Borgie. Please step down.
What is wrong with you people? Can't you talk to each other without apologizing for everything you've said? I mean, have some integrity and believe in what you've said, and quit apologizing for everything all the time.
No, I'm not.
Thank you for your input, Wyatt.
Talking about this guy Pete is talking about me. I said I'd go toe to toe. I'm not talking about fighting physically. I'm talking about mentally, about emotionally, about all kinds of subjects and all kinds of things.
But you get on here every week with me, and you speak over me, and you tell me about how I don't know how to run a show, just like you're doing right now. This is disrespectful, and you're doing it again. Please step down. Please step down, sir.
We had a conversation about how Carrie was treated. Can we just finish this subject about an elderly woman that he was telling Carrie before you take a new subject?
Thank you, Grace. Dick Borgie, would that be okay with you?
Linda,
for her to finish this up?
say something about what Carrie said? What was said to Carrie? Can I say something about that?
Sure, right after Grace is finished, and then I'm wanting to check with Dick Borgie if he can just hang on a minute or two.
I will.
You can talk about this, Carrie. I want us to talk about this, talk it through. So So you talk about Carrie, yes?
Yes, go ahead, Grace. And then Larry's after you. It's Grace's turn.
I think Grace was telling you that she wants to hear me say something about it.
Oh, did I? Okay, I didn't hear that. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I started to talk. So
Forgive me.
I was on one.
Oh, that's right. I shouldn't apologize.
Well, I was on one of the episodes where, and I won't mention any names, not even his fake names, but I was on one episode where he said something very hateful to Carrie. Carrie said something very true and very wise, and he said to her, "Well, you're a woman." Well, of course she's a woman. It's we all know that. That's her name, Carrie. She's a woman, so duh. But to dismiss her that she doesn't know what she's talking about just because she's a woman is so juvenile. And I wanted to say, well, yes, of course she's a woman, but you're not a man. And that's what he said about other people.
I can understand that.
I think what you're referring to now, if this is Larry, you're referring to that he said something about this is another person you're talking about, and this person was referring to that she could understand you because she was a woman. That was what he was saying. That's a totally different person.
Well, I don't know what you mean about being a different person, but whatever was said, and it was out of place, and it was not apropos that somebody would say anything to a woman. Well, you're a woman. Well, he should have known already that she was a woman, and it doesn't matter whether she's a woman or not. Women do have brains. They do have a mouth that they can speak for themselves, and they know what they're talking about. I mean, some men don't know what they're talking about. Some women don't know what they're talking about. But it's not because they're a man or a woman. It doesn't matter if they're a man or a woman. What really matters is if they know what they're talking about. So to say somebody doesn't know what they're talking about because they're a woman is so absurd.
I agree.
Thank you. I agree with you. Is this Carrie?
Yes, Grace, you are a sweetheart.
Carrie. Might I remind everybody that before the show started, Carrie told everybody to give him a chance. Then she gets on there and he says what he says.
This was an interesting night, I'll tell you. Just because my number is up there pretty high, that doesn't mean that I'm still not feisty, believe me. But I do try to show respect. But this guy, I believe he's a con artist, and I think he's got an agenda. And I think he's playing us. So, at that's when I thought about it, and I said, you know what? If you think they're so great and you've been studying for 4 years, then what's taken you so long? Join it.
I agree. I thought that was great.
Well, really? You're a Christian. Well, should this even be a debate? But I didn't want to go that far. I just wanted to say what I stated, and I tried to be polite.
You were.
Then he went after me, but I think it's funny. I really do. I expected that from him. I did. But I so appreciate you guys. You guys are great. So,
Terry, I did a video with the Leather King right after the show, and he came on my channel and we talked. And
good.
Specifically. But you know what? Let me just throw this by you, Terry, and Linda, and between Pete right there, Linda and Carrie, you three, between you three, you have over 100 years of Watchtower experience combined. So here you have this guy David, and I'm not defending him. He's been studying on and off for 4 years. He's never been a Jehovah's Witness, no family members, nothing. and he comes in and he's on a different wavelength than everybody else. And I think that's part of the clash. I'm not defending him. Don't get me wrong. He was rude, and I understand that. But I think that's the bigger picture, is that he's over here trying to defend Watchtower, but he's talking to a group of people in the chat, in the audience, that literally amounts to hundreds and even thousands of years of Watchtower experience that lived it. So he's totally he's like a square peg, and he doesn't understand that, hey, David, you're talking to seasoned veterans, and you're a buck price. Does that make any sense?
It really does. Seasoned veterans makes perfect sense.
Absolutely.
See,
But I have been talking about this subject before, because I'm saying this, and he's saying like, oh, don't tell me I'm not intelligent or something. But this is the subject I brought up before Leather King ever came on. And here's my thing. If I tell somebody that they are old, woman, ugly, stupid, they won't be any younger, any more intelligent, any more this, any more that, just because you tell them that. And an intelligent person knows this. If you're an intelligent person, you will never say those kind of things, because you know it won't better the situation. So he's just being disrespectful, and he's absolutely not an intelligent person, because I know people that are intelligent and they don't say those kind of words to an elderly woman. I would never say that. When I was 3 years old, I never said that to anybody.
Grace, I agree with you. But if you go back and watch that video, and Carrie, you can see it too. I'm not defending David, but he was being attacked before he came on. King of Dots was threatening, like
yes, he was
verbally, and Rick Barron had to say, hey, be careful. He might, if you guys get into a fight. So what I'm saying is that he was being pushed as well, and he was defending him, what he thought he was defending himself. So what I'm saying is, I'm not defending him. I'm just saying, and what he shouldn't have attacked you the way he did. But he felt cornered, and he fought back. Does it make it right? No. But I think, Carrie, what it goes back to show is that here's a guy that is a square peg that goes into a six-string audience thinking that he knows something, and you're like, dude, you're a private in an army of veterans, and I think he's understanding that now. So again, I'm not defending him, and I don't think he's playing us. And to answer I really think he's a likable guy, and he found this is what we said in the video. If I was a Jehovah's Witness elder, if I had a Bible study like him that I can drink a couple beers with and have a good time every week, I could become I could get my 10 hours a month in easily.
Right.
Yeah. So I could see where Jehovah's Witness elders would want to study with him for 4 years, because they could easily make their time. So, because he's a likable guy, he's a man of the world. He's a worldly guy. He's fun and he's hip. If you go to his YouTube channel, so I'm not going to throw him under the bus. And I really want to say kudos to Rick, because I thought Rick saw something like, there's something different here that we've never experienced before. We've never experienced a guy who studies with the Jehovah's Witnesses come into the show. It's either you're in or you're out. So kudos to Rick for extending this.
Rick even offered to study the Bible with him.
Our news. He should have been on my testimony. He not on Watchtower News. He wasn't any news to us.
No, it was new. It was different, and Rick was trying to capitalize on that. And I think he did a good job. But it should not have been on the news. He had it on the news. It should have been on my testimony, because he wants to make a testimony. Hello.
Hi.
Say something.
Let me just say one thing. Gilbert, can you tell us the name of your channel? Because you suggested we go check this out. The conversation you had with David. Can you tell us the name of your channel?
GG for GP.
That's the name of your channel? Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
But can I say something?
Yes.
You know,
I didn't realize it was you, Carrie.
when the King of Dots came on, I defended this guy, and I said, allow him to apologize, and let's hear him out.
Yes,
right?
you did.
And not, be disrespectful to him. I'm very high on respect. I really am. And, but I laughed at him because he just went off on me. But then after, I was listening to him and everything, and I was thinking, even last week, I thought, well, if you love this so much, and if you're, just go for it. And then you'll find out. Because he listened to a lot of stories.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't about to tell him my story. I mean, no. I mean, it's just one more. No. He's going to have to experience this. That's it. For him to learn.
Can
If
I
he's legit.
give my...
But I get that feeling that he's not legit. I really do.
Thank you, Carrie.
But that's my opinion. That's my opinion. But I've been around a long time, and I've met all kinds of people, the good, the bad, and the whatever. And and I've met the con artists. Believe me, I'm a pretty smart person. I've been taken advantage of, but still, I wasn't. People that I trusted, and I had to learn not to trust everybody. But I've been on 6 screens for a while, and I really enjoy it. And how many 80-year-olds are up at, what is this, my time, 2:35 a.m. in the morning, on this show.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But tonight was a very unusual night. And I get what Grace is saying about the news and stuff. But he gave him his time slot. That's what he did. That's what Rick did. Gave him his chance to say. But it started off all right until I don't know. I have a very bad feeling about it.
It started off all right. Until someone said to him, okay, then go back. Go, join them. And that's when he took off his mask.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Hello?
Hi,
Yeah,
who's that?
Tim from Australia.
Are you the one? May I ask you a question? Tim from Australia. Are you the one that has a YouTube channel?
Go ahead.
With something about odds?
YouTube channel. No, I don't have any YouTube channel.
Okay, please go on. I'm sorry. I just wanted to find that out. Go ahead.
No problem. Yeah, I'm just new here, but I have been listening for a month or so, and I did hear this David guy when he first come on, and then again today. And when the lady said to him, you're going to have to join, it was literally my thought. I would have said the same thing to him, because every time a person approached him with a story, he was playing devil's advocate for the witnesses and kind of nearly dismissing their stories. And I was thinking, well, okay, you're at the point where the only way you're going to learn is you're going to have to be thrown in the deep end and try yourself. And then when the lady said it to him, well, when he's just called her an elderly lady, well, yeah, I've had the same sort of views. I've thought, what the hell? Like, she wasn't being rude, and she actually held back from being rude to his rudeness. She's kind of laughed off. But
yes.
It's like, well, you don't want to hear anyone's opinion here. You've got a default setting where you're pro-witness. They can do no wrong. So at this stage, why are you listening to people anymore? No one can convince you otherwise. You're going to have to join with them. And then he was insulted with that. It's like, well, okay, what exactly do you want to, what do you want now?
I agree.
Yeah.
What do you even do with that? Yeah. What do you do with that?
See, I missed the whole thing,
glad
the
that
whole
everybody
interchange with
understood.
David.
Can I comment on him? On what I noticed in his the times he was on? Remember, it started out when Rick was showing the video of the woman, the sister, and her mother was disfellowshipped.
Yes, this was last week.
Yes, last week. And the phone calls were being ignored by the daughter, and the mother even said, all I want to do is hear your voice. And so, people were commenting on the video, and then he came in and he said, well, wait a minute, that her mother could be a murderer. And then he said, or she could have abused that sister. And those were his reasons that he was giving for the kind of treatment the mother was getting from the daughter. And I personally think that what was happening there is he felt that the treatment that the daughter was giving the mother was wrong, but he couldn't say that. And so he looked for something heinous enough for the mother to have done to try to justify her treatment. And then the way he dealt with people who were speaking up, he started asking them, well, why were you put out? What was your situation? And I think he was looking for, in asking, so what happened to you? Or what happened to you? It almost was a way of saying that those individuals who were speaking up, their opinion was not valid, because he's kind of trying to suggest that they are grinding axes. They have axes to grind because of what happened to them. And the whole time, he was a very mild, nice, mild all the time, and, that people get kind of emotional. And so some of that comes out, and we could hear some of that with some of the people speaking up, but he stayed mild all the time. This week, people are telling him not to become a witness. And with all of them, he's got that mild way and he's disagreeing with them. But when Carrie spoke up and said, why don't you join? Why don't you go right ahead? Then all of a sudden he became a different person. All the nice stuff was gone. And he started to become the kind of person who would attack a person personally. That's what I noticed. I don't know.
He's playing all you guys.
I don't know.
Wyatt, you're next. Wyatt, you're next. Let Zach finish this out.
I'm not done.
Wyatt, you're next. Let Zachary finish out what he's saying.
I'm sick of you. So what? I'm not done. Will you stop it?
I'm sick of you.
Will you stop it? Will you cut it out?
You're a little crybaby. You're a little crybaby, and you're getting.
This is the thing. You're not able to come on here and call people names and think that that's going to work, Wyatt.
Come on, guys.
Let me finish.
It is now Zach's turn to speak.
Yeah, he stops people from making their point. He comes in and gets loud. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to make the point.
You're sorry too.
Will you shut up so Zach can talk?
So what I'm trying to say.
If you don't stop doing this, you will be banned. Is that what you
I'm
want?
I'm coming on here right. I'm coming on right here right now.
Thank you, Rick.
What he's doing? He's having fun. That guy, he's having fun with the reactions that he's getting.
I'm coming on right now, and this man is just causing nothing but problems. He's causing nothing but problems, and I can't stand the way he's doing this. It's one thing to come on and talk. It's another thing to cause problems. This man is a troublemaker, a constant, chronic troublemaker. And that's going to be it for him.
It'd be one thing if he added something useful, but he doesn't. He adds absolutely nothing of value to
he's nothing. He's nothing but a troublemaker. and we're not going to allow him to come on and do this. So, Wyatt, this is it. One more chance, that's it. If you can't come on here and be sensible and be nice to people, that's it. Okay? Because we're not going to tolerate it anymore. We've had enough of you. Okay, continue on.
Okay, so I think that what this guy is doing is he's having fun. Last week when he was on, he was having fun, and he's I think he's here because he sees Rick as having a lot of followers, and he's trying to get some followers and stuff. But tonight, Carrie showed him up when she said, "Well, why don't you join?" You joined them. She didn't say it rudely. She said it very mildly. She said it supportively.
I heard it that way too.
Like that. Yeah.
Hey, Zach, can I ask you a question, Zach? This is Gilbert.
Yeah.
I disagree with you a little bit, especially because I had interaction with him. I did videos with him, 2 of them.
I did hear your interaction. Yeah.
And one was me. But just what do you think about this? I'm looking at it from a totally different perspective in this aspect. I think that there's thousands upon thousands of Davids out there where people, they're always apologizing for Watchtower, and they're hoping that, no, they're really not as bad as you say they are. And so that's why I didn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, because I was thinking to myself, there's thousands of people just like David who know Jehovah's Witnesses, like Jehovah's Witnesses, and then when they talk to people like Gilbert or Zach or Linda or Carrie, they think, no, you guys are the odd ones. You guys are the bad ones.
See,
what do you think about that?
But here's the thing. What do I think about that? Okay, throwing the baby out with the bathwater, that's a strong term. But what do I think about that? Well, the fact that he changed the way he did when Carrie said, "Why don't you join?" tells me that there's something else there. He's not one of the thousands of people who's truly saying they're not that bad, because he would have said to Carrie, "Oh yeah." He accepted when Rick said, I'll study with you. He accepted that. But when Carrie said very nicely, well, join them. If he really feels they're not that bad, why did he practically attack her?
Because he secretly doesn't want to join.
There you go. Thank you. So, and so therefore,
Can I hop in?
he's not one of the people who's saying, "Oh,
For just a moment.
they're not that bad." There's more to it. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Waiting.
Thank you, Zach and
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
and Gigi, and oh my gosh. I just asked this lady.
Well, I must say that this has been an interesting show. I never thought it would come down to all of this, but I appreciate everything. I appreciate you guys. You really stuck by my side. I mean, I really meant what I said to him, and I really tried to be nice to him. But, well, that's the way it goes. We'll see what he does the next time he comes on. So I will mute myself. And thank you so much, Grace and Linda, Pete, Zach, Gigi, all of you. Thank you so much. Larry, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay.
And one more thing. It's about decorum, and Dick wanted to say something about that.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you very much.
I'm so sorry, Dick. I forgot about you. Please forgive me.
Yeah, thank you. You keep stealing my thunder. The thought that I really like to put across is, Rick puts so much effort into it. Not only effort, I know he spends over $400 a month putting this program together. And, when he invites you on, it's like inviting you into his house. And it's his house. He should make the rules. I mean, he's pretty liberal. He's not one of these people that's into censorship or anything like that. But when somebody's speaking, for another person to come on like that guy did. I'm not even say his name, and just keep on talking over me and over me and over me, or anybody else. It gets me really uptight, and it gets Rick uptight. And you heard him. He's gonna ban this guy. He's gonna ban him. Because he's just disrupting everything. And 6 screens is really not. If I could finish, 6 screens is really not about your person. Everyone dissecting everybody who comes in, their character, their knowledge, or whatever, or trying to tell people about themselves and how knowledgeable they are. We're trying to cast light into a very dark organization, which is the Watchtower, and how many people they hurt. That's the focus. Dissecting every single caller that comes in and where you think they're coming from and so forth. It takes up a lot of time, and that is my opinion, that time could be much better spent quoting the Watchtower and how wrong they are and the things that they say. That I think would be a whole lot more important, than just one person who wants to go on a diatribe about some caller. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Borgie.
But I mean, that's your opinion. But I mean, that's how you feel. But okay, I will say it now. I am a woman, and I have feelings. Maybe you're a guy. Maybe you don't have as much feelings as I do. And this letter king, he actually made me almost sick. And I had to go to talk to Dan and Angela to be kind of normal again. And then when I heard him on tonight saying to Carrie that she's an elderly woman, it's disgusting. It makes me sick. It makes me so sick that he can be here and he is not muted, even though he's disrespecting Carrie very, very much. And that's just my opinion and my feelings. And I respect you. You can have your feelings and your opinion. But I don't think I'm the only one that's really disgusted by this leather king. And I don't think I'm the only one that he makes sick.
I agree with you, Grace, and I think Borgie. I agree with you, Grace, and I think Borgie might have been talking about your boyfriend number 1, not so much what we've been talking about regarding David.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's nothing. This Wyatt Earp, that's nothing compared to what this leather king has been doing to people here. I mean, calling Carrie an elderly woman, he never said such a thing. He only told the guys that they were like little children or something. That's different. I think calling a woman elderly woman, I mean, that really gets on my nerves.
I can understand that. It's very discrediting. What were you saying, Pete?
Yeah, I missed whatever happened last week with this guy David, but it seems to me that the whole thing with David is he's kind of speaking out of ignorance, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Ignorance simply means he doesn't really know what he's talking about, because he's never been baptized. When you're studying or you're just, learning about the organization, they present it to you in a certain way. And it's not until you get baptized and are actually fully indoctrinated into the organization that you understand what it's really about. So if he's never been a baptized individual, he has no idea what he's getting involved in. And that may be what, gives him the attitude that he has.
845, come on. We have you coming on right now. Go ahead, speak up, 845.
Hi, this is Mimi. I'm still awake.
I just wanted to say that I think that it seems like this David leather guy, whatever his name is, he was I think he had a problem with women. That's what it seemed like to me, because he could have said something to say King of Dots or one of the gentlemen that were speaking tonight, but he chose to attack Carrie, and I thought she was so eloquent and handled herself so sophisticated and in such a manner that I don't know if I could like hold my tongue that way the way she did, because it was so disrespectful and it was disgusting. And hi, Grace, and hello, everyone.
Hi, Mimi. I think you're right.
I just wanted to say hello to you and thank you very much. This was really, I didn't expect all this, but thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Poor Rick.
You're welcome. You
What to do is so sad. Oh, okay.
Hey, Carrie, for the record, David did apologize to you after the show. And he came in. Well, I was talking to my brother. We were live, and he came in, and he did apologize. But that's a very good point that Mimi brought out. Very good point. Why didn't he fight back King of Dots? Why didn't But I just don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So that's.
I don't think it was because Carrie's a woman, because he spoke to other women and treated them with a degree of ostentatious respect. But with Carrie, the difference was Carrie said, "Oh, join them." See, there was nothing for him to argue. There was no longer anything for him to argue against.
Yeah,
she said
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she went where nobody went. Yeah. Good point.
He said things bad about Carrie even before that. So it's not that just that. And by the way, sisters, it's not that he just picks on women; he picks on men too. So if he doesn't like a man, he'll say, "You're not a man. You're a baby. You're a sissy." So he's demeaning for both sexes.
Are you speaking about David or someone else?
I don't know. I'm a little confused. Who were we talking about?
Okay.
I know we're talking about the guy that kept interrupting.
Okay. On this show,
we're talking about the Leather King. Leather King. Leather King told Carrie that she was an elderly woman.
Yeah, that's his name, David. Leather King is David. Yeah.
and that was earlier on Rick's show. But on this show, yes, there was a gentleman who kept coming in and interrupting. And yes, he does call people names. You're right, Larry. So we're talking two different people. The one that kept interrupting tonight, we've affectionately termed him as Wyatt Earp, and he's he's got a really amazing story.
Linda, I'm sorry that I interrupted you, but what I think when he said, you're just like an elderly woman, what he was really saying, oh, hey, you old lady, you know, what you have to say doesn't mean anything. That's what I got out of it. And yeah, you know, it was just laughable. It really was for me, you know, because I've been through worse. So he was a walk in the park. So, but you know, I just think that if he rethinks everything, and if he re-listens, maybe he will hear himself.
It may be so.
In reality, he used elderly. You're, you know, I'm nothing but an elderly lady. Well, okay, all right, I am. But I think he was just calling me an old lady. That's all. You know, which I should have been mad about, but I really wasn't. I just laughed at it. I thought it was funny.
We were mad for you. We were mad for you.
Just a minute, Wyatt. You're next.
I think you guys are getting me and David confused.
Which is what I was trying to
I
figure.
didn't say that to anybody. I didn't say anything about a woman.
Yeah, it was David. Everybody knows
You're getting us confused.
Everybody knows
heard
it's David.
I was
We're
speaking
not
about David
confused.
before.
We're not confused. We know the cast
No.
of characters here. We do.
No, I hope you know who I am, but I'm not David.
No.
I don't agree with the things he's saying.
No.
Did you hear me say he's playing all you guys?
Yes, and I don't think
In the chair laughing at all this.
I don't think you would ever use that terminology, to be honest, Wyatt. I don't think you would ever use that terminology with a woman that's older than you. I don't think you'd ever be that dismissive. You've said a few things, but I don't even think you'd go there.
But who's been interrupting and the problem tonight? Left 30 minutes.
Wyatt, this gentleman that's speaking now. That's
This is what I was trying to say, that this guy, what is his name now, Leather King, he has this smooth voice, and he say with a smooth voice that you're an elderly woman. And then when Wyatt comes on, maybe he say, well, you're like a little girl, blah, blah, blah. He sounds like this. And then I think some people get more annoyed by Wyatt Earp just because the tone of his voice. But we have to remember that this smooth voice that this Leather King has, it's a manipulation. It's a manipulation, and he's just manipulating us with a smooth voice, and it's just disgusting to me because I feel there's a dishonesty. If I talk with this loving voice and then I'm just saying bad things about you, I mean, I can also sit there and play with my voice. It's disgusting.
Well, time is going to tell, right? And isn't that interesting? Mark your calendar. We need to go back and look at this in the future, because I think this is going to be a very teachable moment for all of us in the sixth strings. Time is going to tell what this whole thing is. I'm very excited about this because I don't know. I can't predict the future. I'm at 50-50 right now. Half of me agrees with you guys, and the other half wants to give Rick Farron and David a chance to do their Bible study. Yes, I don't know what the future holds, but I do find this whole thing very fascinating, and I think it's going to be a teachable moment for all of us. I think we all have learned a lot from this whole ordeal.
I think you're right.
I agree with you. I have to agree with you because Rick talked to David, during the week, and he was much different talking one-on-one with Rick. And again, as was just mentioned, when Rick does the Bible study, that'll be the tell as to whether he's serious or not. I'm 50-50 also, as far as David is concerned. When you talk to him on a personal level, one-on-one, it's a lot different.
Thank you, Susan.
He has his own show. This Leather King has his own show. If he wants to talk down to women, he can go on his own show. Why should he be here talking down to women? Here, this Leather King, he can be on his own show and be rude to women, I think.
This is a good point. To me, all of this stuff about David and what has been brought up is part of the reason why I brought Pete on to talk about critical thinking. And when you're listening to someone say what they have to say, I want to encourage us to have critical thinking. And I love the fact that, there's some people here going, I'm thinking 50-50. Some people are like, yeah, he's playing us. These different viewpoints is really awesome to hear because you're thinking past what is being presented to you. And I love that because that is part of healing after the Watchtower. It's a very big part, but even bigger if you find yourself in a situation where things get narrowed down so much to where you can't trust this, you can't trust that, and it narrows down to only, you can only trust me, that's cult 101. Dangerous. So critical thinking is helpful to have, and that's why I brought Pete on the show, because there's examples of, how someone can critically think, by taking your experiences, by taking a certain way of thinking further along. But yeah, that's why I brought Pete on. Unfortunately, Pete's sitting here going, I have no idea what y'all are talking about, because he didn't listen to the show. But
well, Winter, I have to tell you, this is Rick. I have to tell you, what you're saying is correct. And poor Pete, sometimes he might come in cold, but there's different opinion here. And
yes,
what I gathered from David coming on the program last week, as well as even this week, the only thing that that resonated with me and connected with me was the fact that he said that he was a person that was studying with the Jehovah's Witnesses. Now, that is something unusual. We never had a person come on here in 17 years of doing the broadcast that said he was studying with the Jehovah's Witnesses. So I'm thinking, man, this is kind of unique. And I mean, really, he was emotionally attached. He's been studying for a while. I
yes,
forget how many years he said, but he's been
on and off for 4 years. Yes.
yeah, so that got my attention. So I'm thinking, wow. Well, here we are in the ex-witness world. This is an excellent opportunity to talk to a man that's studying and try to get this guy persuaded to stop. So that's what really got my attention. And then, he said that he wanted to learn more about the scriptures. So I love the scriptures. I love God. I love Christianity. So I asked him if he'd like to study with me, and he said yes. So I'm looking at it from a different perspective. Now, even Carrie, and I really appreciate her tonight, and she's a wonderful lady, but even the term elderly woman or elderly lady, I really didn't take that as a slur or anything. I didn't. I don't mind being called
That's
an
because
elderly.
you're not an elderly woman.
But I'm an elderly man, and if someone called me an elderly man, that wouldn't bother me. I mean, because I'm old. I mean, I'm getting old. So I
I'll be
reckon,
honest with you, Rick. When you said, how would you like to study with me? I'll be honest, I did not see that coming. And when you said that, I was like, oh my God, what a great idea.
yeah,
Boom. And he
yeah.
was like, I'd love to. And I'm like thinking, oh my God, this is a great idea, because he does want to look more into Christianity. And he spoke of Christianity as being something valuable. So good for you, Rick. You
Yeah,
really
what it
that
was
was
supposed to
something.
be. What really? I mean, this is very fascinating. It's very fascinating because we have two sides, like you just brought up. There's different sides to the story. Some people are split 50-50. I didn't see David as being. Now, last week, I did feel that he was a little insensitive to people who have been disfellowshipped. I did see that. When I talked to him this week off of the program, I had his number, I called him, and the first thing he told me is he wanted to apologize. He said that he felt very, it wasn't right that he came on and was acting the way he was last week. So I said, well, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but the audience would like an apology. So the first thing he did tonight is he came on and he apologized for what he had to say about shunning. He didn't realize the real consequences, the real terrible aspects of that. So he did apologize for that tonight. But as far as, I mean, Carrie, she handled herself really, really well. But I don't really feel he attacked Carrie. I mean, she's a wonderful woman. And listen, we're all getting older, but I don't think by referring to her as an elderly woman that was a terrible thing. I mean, she does admit she's 80 years old. I'm 74 years old. I'm an elderly man. So we'll see what happens in the future. That's all we can see.
Yeah, I'll have to re-listen to that because
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Rick,
Yes.
okay, you know who this is.
Yeah.
Do you really trust this guy? Now, remember what he said tonight, that he went to these people, circuit overseers or whoever, and talked about you. He mentioned your name and all. Do you really trust him that he won't turn on you and go back to them and say things that you're saying? I mean, even though it's considered a Bible study, but do you really trust him that he's not going to throw you under the bus somehow?
Well,
Because for some reason, I think he's got pretty much an allegiance to the organization, we'll put it that way, whether he realizes it or not.
Say something here with what you're saying. I think this is a wonderful opportunity for the witnesses to show who they really are. Once they find out that he is studying with Rick, they'll show their true selves. I think it's a great idea.
This is Sharon speaking.
Behind their screen that they're hiding behind. And once they tell him, well, you're going to have to choose between us or Rick, I think it might open his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
You see, Linda, what did I say? Time will tell. This is fascinating.
And it's very interesting. I'm really glad you said that, Sharon, because none of us have said that to him. You need to choose between us and them at all. That is such an excellent point.
No, we wouldn't do that. But you know darn well, they're going to say that to him. Because, that's Christendom. You can't be doing that. They are going to put him up against the wall, and he's going to have to choose. And then he'll see who the real truth is.
Hey, Rick, if you're going to have a study with David, I still got my copy of the Truth Book you can use.
Rick, do you see what Pete just held up?
I'm not gonna study the blue bombshell. No, in fact, I was even thinking tonight, where would we start? But I'm thinking I know where I would start. In other words, if he really wants to become a Christian, he has to understand that, when witnesses study with you, they're really not teaching you Christianity. They're teaching cult behavior, how to conform to the elders and how to show allegiance to the organization. I want to show him a different world. I think I can bring him into a different world than what the Watchtower is going to bring him into,
For him to hear the authentic gospel would be such.
I would start him with the book of John. That's where I would start, and just stick with John, because John shows love. And that's what he needs to see. The real love, not the JW fake love. He needs to see the real love.
Yeah. But you know what, Rick? This is Gilbert. This is something interesting that the caller brought out. She's right, the last caller, about love. But David came on my show. He came on my show with my brother Jesse, and he's talking to us about God and religion. And I asked him, is there a question that you have that the Jehovah's Witnesses haven't been able to answer? And it was about guns and swords. So when his Bible students, when his congregation finds out that he came on my show and he's studying the Bible with Rick Perrott of the 6'3", that caller, that a couple callers before us, she's right. There's two colors are going to come out.
That's Sharon.
So fascinating.
I'm wondering, guy says that he's been studying off and on for 4 years. There was a kingdom ministry in 2013, 14, 15 or so, where it said that if you have a Bible study who hasn't progressed to baptism within 6 months, you cut him loose. So what's the deal with this 4 years stuff? Is he going?
He's just playing you guys. He's just playing with you guys, and he's just screwing around. And don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. He's just screwing with you.
Well, why
He's not sincere. He's not sincere.
Or I feel also the same. But here is what I'm saying: that there's females and then there are males, and females they get ridiculous. They are being like, you are ridiculous in movies and everything. All the women are getting put down in the society everywhere, and a man that is old cannot understand what it is like for a woman to be put down because of her age. You couldn't possibly understand because you are men.
Older. Yes.
Well, the interesting thing about it, and I'm really fascinated to see we have different opinions of the whole thing. I mean, I I opened my ears to this man, and others totally rejected him. I mean, Wyatt Earp, he's on here saying, "Well, this guy's playing you," and he could be right too. He could be right too, but we don't know. Only time will tell. He seems pretty sincere. I mean, when I talked to him off of the air, he seemed like a really nice person. I don't think he has any vindictiveness. I don't think he's trying to any way get one up on us. I really think the man's sincere, but I could be wrong. It's very hard to know. It's very hard to know when you just talk to people. I mean, people can con you. I mean, there are con artists, and he could be that. But I take the man at face.
He's trying to get YouTube. He's trying to get people to watch his channel.
Well, wait a minute, Wyatt Earp. Now, you can come on here and you can suggest all of this, but are you totally sure of that? Are you totally sure of that?
Well, I mean, I think that people watching the show will go watch his channel to see what he's all about.
Well, I didn't get that.
I'm not going
Well,
to.
Yeah, but I mean, it's good you could do that, but you can't. I mean, you have an estimate, you have an idea, but you're not totally sure. How can we be sure? We don't even hardly know the guy. He's only been on a couple of times, and how do you really
look at his channel?
I've seen the channel. I'm not totally happy with what I see on there, but the man. I don't know if you heard the interview that he had with Gilbert. Gilbert sent me a link after the program last week. Gilbert went on with him, and I'll tell you what, he was the program when he was on last week, not tonight that I know of, but last week he was doing his podcast while he was on the 6 screens. And then
that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, listen. Well, why it
Listen, guys, it's really isn't proof. If we go by recent events of what's going on in the Watchtower Society, look what they did with Serena Williams. How many years they waited for this woman to finally take the dive, right? Because she was giving a lot of money. But now with this guy, he lives in New Jersey. New Jersey's an expensive state to live in. We don't know if he's wealthy. We don't know if that's why they're laying out the red carpet and waiting the 4 years for this guy to finally dunk. We don't know. But, and you also got to take into, account that he's dyslexic. He's got a learning disability, and maybe that's why they're waiting. So there's so many.
Oh, everyone has it. Everyone has a learning disability.
No, I'm sorry, not everybody has a learning disability. That's
yes, he do.
But he sounds like he actually does. He really does. but we don't know what's going on. And with Watchtower waiting,
you're falling right in his trap.
Well,
You're falling right in his trap.
I'm a Long Islander, and I don't fall for nothing. You have no idea who I am. I don't fall for nothing. I look at all different paths, and then when all the evidence is out, that's when I make my judgment. But he could very well be a wealthy man, and that's why they're waiting. I don't think anybody's taking that into effect. But that is a very big possibility with them losing money left and right the way they are.
Well, I was impressed with the man and Wyatt Earp. Now just listen, okay? Don't keep butting in and giving your 2 cents worth, because you might be totally wrong. You have a tendency to come on here and you speak everything as fact. What makes you think that you have all the answers? I'm not picking on you per se, but that's
no. I'm not saying it's a fact. I think I said when I started out, I think that's what he's doing.
All right. Well. Okay. Well, make sure. Well, make sure.
I know what he's doing. I don't know his mind.
Well,
I don't know what he's doing. I'm just saying what it looks like to me.
All right. Well, make that clear. Make that clear. That I'll accept. Okay.
I just did.
Okay. Well, make that clear that this is your opinion. This isn't factual. I talked to the man this week off of the radio. I was impressed with the man. I'll tell you why. He has a very sick mother. And he said that that's his first concern, is taking care of his mother. So if he was insensitive to women and had this misogynist attitude toward women, why would he want to even speak that way to me? He said that was his real concern. He was trying to take care of his mother that's very, very sick. So I look at the man as being honest. Now, I'm sure you guys are going to say, come on, Rick, you're very naive.
Why? How much honesty? How much?
Because you know what, Wyatt Earp, I judge a man. I judge a man on how they treat their mother. I don't know how you treat your mother. You probably never treated her really well. I don't know. But I treat...
now, you said you didn't know. You said you didn't know, and yet you said that.
Yeah, well, I tell you what.
Absolutely wrong about that.
Well, if you treated your mother good,
Don't go there.
Well, I'm going there because I don't think she taught you good. I don't think she con. I don't.
And then you said probably not very well.
Well, because by your manners.
That's speculation. He's not stating it as fact. He's speculating.
There's a difference here because you can treat your mother in one way and then women another way. And I know several men that are like this, that they treat their mother well, and when they meet a woman, they beat her up, call her a whore, and everything in the book. So
I don't know why I'm getting caught up in this conversation about how to treat women. I never said anything about women. I'm not David. You guys are all getting things confused here. Why are you talking to me about how to treat women? I haven't done anything wrong to any women.
Well, why?
All right. No, I wasn't talking to you. I talked to Rick. And also, I get the feeling here because I have some life experience. And I know people who drink a lot of alcohol. And their voice are very smooth. They sound like this. Oh, can you just get me some coffee? Oh, I don't have so much money. Can you borrow me some money? Oh, I'm so hungry. And sometimes they just look at you and they manipulate you. And that's how they are, smooth in their voice. So they can manipulate a person. And I get the same feeling here. It's like I'm not saying he is an alcoholic, but I get this feeling that he's manipulating with this smooth voice. And he could even have you send him money because, hello, I have a smooth voice.
Well, he does have a smooth voice, but, that shouldn't be the criteria that we judge him on, Grace. I believe the man's pretty sharp. And I, just talking with him off of the air, I got a good feeling from him. Now, I'm not going to, tell you that he's 100%, you know, wanting to connect with truth. He is studying with the witnesses, and he can even be a plant. I don't know that. But some things that, you have to have your antenna up in life. When you go through life, you got to put your antenna up. You got to pick up on certain things. But, I mentioned about the mother that seemed to get some people upset here. I see people writing it on YouTube as well. But, don't you think you can judge a man by the way he treats his mother? I mean, is that a bad way to make a judge?
Really? Would you like an honest opinion? My ex-husband treated his mother wonderfully and treated me like crap. Okay?
I told you, I already told you this. I have met several men that treat their mother kindly. And when they meet women in their own age or younger, they hit them, they call them a whore and things. But when they meet their mother, they say, "Oh, hello, mother." And then all of a sudden they are nice. So you can't judge a man because of how they treat his mother.
Well,
see, I did it backwards. I treated my mother like crap most of the time. I treated my wife like a saint.
Well, maybe I'm misled with this, but I tell my daughter, my daughter, she's always looking for a good mate. She's single, and Dad, how do I really find a good mate? And that's what I tell her. Well, find a man that treats his mother really good. That's the mate.
That's a rule. I think you're right.
Is that a bad rule of thumb?
No. I think as a rule, I think you're right.
I'm so grateful that I never had a daughter. I got 2 boys, but if I did have a daughter, I would tell her what my ex told me. She said that the reason that we stayed together as long as we did is that through thick or thin, no matter how sick she was or how mad she was or how bad things were or good things were, I was always able to make her laugh. So if your daughter can find a guy who can put a smile on her face, Rick, that's going to go a long way.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, Pete. No, seriously now, because
that's why I love Pete, because he makes me laugh.
Well, I know it. I know people listening in here tonight. They're saying, "Geez, Rick, that's a crazy rule of thumb." But I mean, I think there's meaning to that. There really, really is. You only have one mother. You only have one mother. She brought you into the world. She carried you for 9 months. She gave birth to you. She took care of you when you were a little person. She fed you. She took care of you. She tried to give you a good life. I mean, how can you treat your mother badly, even if she was a criminal? I mean, you got to love your mother,
You have to take your mother's word that she did all those things. You don't actually know that.
Well, I just want to say something real quick about the chat. Johnny, aren't you glad you stayed up for all of this? Because Johnny told me earlier he's tired, and now he's all, I'm wide awake and I'm here for your show. Thanks, Johnny. There you go. Go ahead, guys.
Hey, Rick. I just wanted to tell you, Rick. This is Gilbert. I'm so grateful that you had the insight to just give David a couple of minutes, because what I learned, I viewed it from my self perspective. I thought, if this guy's telling the truth and he's studying the Bible, what is it about me in my arguments with people that I come in contact with? Why are they so willing to give Watchtower the benefit of the doubt, but they'll dismiss my testimony? And so,
great question.
Rick, I was trying to look at it from my perspective, like, what can I learn from this? And what I learned is that I'm going to give David the benefit of the doubt only because it taught me the lesson to, hey, why don't I listen to more closely to the people that I know that want to apologize for Watchtower, or they want to say, Gilbert, no, your brother and sister, your Jehovah's Witness brother and sister, they're really nice people. And I'm like, what is it that I'm not getting across to them that they can't see that Watchtower is not a good organization? And so I kind of looked at it from that angle. And so instead of me attacking David, I was looking at it more like, what am I doing wrong that the message is not getting across? Does that make any sense?
Yes, it makes perfect sense, but you can see a difference here. When you come on here and maybe somebody calls a guy calls another person gay here, then Linda automatically steps in and she say, don't call anybody gay here. I don't accept name calling. But when you and your brother Jesse were on this Leather King show, and there was a guest there that told you, I think it was more than one time, that he said, are you too gay? Are you too gay? And Leather King, he said nothing. He could have
I remember that.
and say, no, they are not gay. And why are you, don't be rude. You cannot be on my channel and be rude to Gilbert and Jesse and call them gay. He never defended you at all. And that's also telling that there's something off with this guy. There's something off.
Yeah. And I'm happy. I'm happy that the gay thing came up, because I shut the guy down, because I said, why are you always talking about this? So, from the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks, and why are some people obsessed with talking about sexual things? I think I like it when people do that, because it goes to show that, hey, they're the ones with the problem. It has nothing to do with homosexuality. They just can't stop thinking about it. They can't stop talking about it. So they're the people that are always bringing up that subject. They're the ones with the issue. Yeah, in my opinion, because they can't get it out of their brain. But I just wanted to say, Rick, I just was looking at it from a different perspective. Like, what is it that I'm missing, and why is it my message isn't getting across to my family and my friends? And I think that's what Dave has taught me, that I need to look more to myself and how I present my argument. I hope that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. Hey, Linda?
Yes.
Rick left, I've been sitting here very patient because I wanted to say to him, and he said the word, and I went, darn, that's the word I wanted to say to him. He goes, well, how do I know it's not a plant, that David's not a plant? But that's one of the things that I was thinking about and wondering, well, how do I know, or how do we know that this is not a setup? Then they're after Rick, and they're going to set him up with all of this stuff and then exploit. I don't know. It's just the weirdest thing about this guy, and all of a sudden he comes on, and then, of course, Rick did make a big deal about, well, and it was a big deal if it was for real, that, here we got this guy who's studying, and they're calling in the 6 screens. Wow, how about that?
I agree with you.
But I don't know. He very well could be a plant working not for the organization, but for whatever, to set Rick up and make a fool and a sham out of him, and then exploit that more so. So I don't know. That's just my thought.
It's a good question. I just wanted to say that I like the fact that Rick is coming from a place of, let's give the benefit of the doubt and then go forward. And I think once a Bible study starts, and once he starts getting, questioning Rick or giving him this kind of talk, like, dismissive talk, I think Rick will call him on it and stand up to him. And I think Dave could really use that. I think that it's hard for people to do that. And when Rick finally does, I think Dave will actually gain some respect for him or simply dump him. But yeah, it's a good question, and we're critically thinking, so this is great.
Linda, can you hear me?
Good.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
I would like to suggest something, that if somebody's trying to set Rick Farron up for something, you can't set somebody up to fail if they're showing you facts. I mean, they may want to show him up, but as long as he sticks to the actual facts, the scriptures, let him set him up. Let him set him up to show the truth.
Yeah, that's
Larry.
all this talk about
Their
David
truth
being
is
a
not
plant.
our truth.
What's the benefit?
You know what I mean?
We know that, but what? Double disfellowship him?
Yeah, there you go.
Did you guys hear what Pete just said?
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't understand all this talk about David possibly being a plant. What's the benefit? Rick is already disfellowshipped. He's already out of the organization. So the only thing
Well, he'll use him. They'll use him as the biggest apostate going.
So
and
what?
he is the reason why all these people are leaving.
So what?
You don't know. And I might be totally wrong, but I'll tell you something. It's about time that we ex-witnesses, we're now suspicious, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Our eyes are open like they were closed before. So now, we question everything. We have a voice now like we never had before. And it's
especially since a couple of years ago when Splain literally straight up said we're at war with the apostates.
Right.
Boom. It's like, wow.
Right.
It's like, so David goes and has a study, and it's like, you know what? This guy's teaching people stuff that we don't believe. I mean, they already know that, so I don't see how the angle gets played out here. And believe me, I have a very skeptical mind.
Can I suggest something else?
Sure.
I want to suggest, tell all the witnesses to set me up. I'm able willing, and he try to set me up, and I'll show them.
GG for GB.
No, this is Larry, right? Larry, this is you.
Let me add him.
I like the GG for GB.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt. He's already in contact with Dave already, like pursuing relationship and everything. Him and his brother.
That's a good campaign there. I think it would be really cool if the governing body would allow people to campaign for it, don't you?
Did I get this right? It was Larry that was saying this, right?
Yes. And the witnesses are basically cowards. They're afraid to go up against any one of us, especially if we know half of what we say we know. They're afraid of us.
Well, if we deviate from their script, they're lost. You can stop a JW conversation in its tracks just by giving them the wrong answer. Like every time a JW says to me, "Wouldn't you love to see your mother in the resurrection?" And I went, "No, I didn't like the woman. She was alive, and I have no plan on seeing her in the future. And I don't know where to go from there."
You know how you can really throw a Jehovah's Witness by showing them the scriptures.
Scriptures too.
I show them the Leviticus 19:27, where it says the Bible clearly tells you not to shave your beard.
Mic drop.
They just don't know what to do after that.
Oh God.
I look at him and I go, so what do you think of that scripture?
Well, you want an honest answer? The reality is that should be elementary because that was to the Jews at that time. It wasn't to Christians. So it's kind of a moot point to try to
still in the Bible
on that.
It's still in the Bible.
Well, yeah.
The Watchtower doesn't say we only believe the New Testament. They say our doctrines are from the Bible. And they observe Leviticus 19:26, which is not to eat blood, and they observe Leviticus 19:28, which is not to get tattoos. So why don't they follow 19:27, which says not to shave your beard?
Is that for men or women? Don't shave your beard.
I don't think they had Italian women back then, so I think it's just for men.
Okay.
Come on now, it's in the Bible. The Bible doesn't talk to women. It was written by misogynists.
Oh, that's too funny. We were property back then, yeah.
It wasn't until the Apostle Paul that they verbalized their misogyny with "you must obey the men."
We used to be property. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is why we took the name of the person we married, their last name, because we then were owned by them. Yes.
Yes, Dimitri, the lasagna sauce can do a number for sure. Responding to a chat comment.
Okay.
Linda had a look of confusion. Like, is he having another stroke?
No. No. But Larry, what you said is true, but I don't think any JW would catch on to the differentiation of what you were saying. I think what you were saying is because you know the Bible better than most JWs. And the Watchtower will often take us to Old Testament as, yes, it's, from the past law, but it's still a good, I don't know, whatever they'll call it, a principle to keep in mind or a principle to use, or they still make it like it's a really good thing for us to use today and just bring it into anything they want to. I want to bring up something. There's a podcast that I listened to, Paradise. Oh, I can't think of the whole name, Paradise, where I can't think of the whole name. Anyways, it's a podcast, and this week he did a really great show about how people in the new system was either going to have children or not have children, or marry or not be married. And basically it amounted down to, you're pretty much not going to be reunited with your family members after all. So if you can get a chance to check out that podcast for this week, which was Monday of this week, please go check it out. It's hilarious. And it's, say that again?
Surviving Paradise. Surviving Paradise.
Thank you. Surviving Paradise. It's a great podcast. The guy was a previous elder. Talk about a nice voice. He has a nice voice too, and he just brings up scripture and how the Watchtower used it. He brings up articles. A matter of fact, he brought up an article from 1951. A question from readers. It was a question about how things would be for married couples, like they might still stay together or might not. Anyways, check out that Surviving Paradise for this week, which is the first week of June. So it would be at the last week of May. Yeah, April, May, June. at the beginning of the week. On Monday is when he comes out with his podcast. So yeah, you're going to it's going to spin your head. But this is really the reality of what Watchtower does to us. Every few years, it's don't have kids, try not to marry, and then they don't push it that much. And anyways, please check it out. You'll find it rather interesting.
Yeah, Watchtower keeps changing everything. Like my entire life, all the publications, all the pictures, all the artwork portrayed, the wild animals, like children playing with lions and tigers and bears and everything. And then, like, they had a recent Watchtower where a guy's got a dog on a leash in the new system. What the dog do that he's got to be on a leash? And there's a lion just 20 feet from him. Like, what's up with that?
It's definitely different than what the pictures we grew up on. That's for sure.
I don't know. Must be some subliminal Illuminati message in it.
Could be. Speaking of subliminal Illuminati stuff, you were telling me earlier about conspiracy theories. Not necessarily you were explaining the word conspiracy to me. Can you share that?
Yeah. Well, I have a friend of mine who actually works for Alex Jones, who, most people know is one of the preeminent conspiracy theorists. And for years and years, everything on my buddy's Facebook page, was some kind of a, conspiracy theory prediction or something like that. Most of the time I would just ridicule him for it, like everybody else. But I did notice that, after 5-10 years, a lot of the predictions that he was making actually started coming true. And so I kind of got to the point where I thought, just because somebody says something that sounds ridiculous doesn't necessarily mean that it's not true. And that's where, again, you have to use your critical thinking skills. Somebody says, oh, the Illuminati is going to do this, or the New World Order is going to do this. And you have to stop and question, well, what is the benefit of that happening, or what is the worst thing that can happen as a result of that? Who is the one that, first of all, has the authority or the means to be able to carry out this plan? Who does it benefit? Who does it hurt? And when you start, analyzing each individual thing like that, you can eventually get to a point where either you can dismiss it as being a total, something we shouldn't be concerned about, or it could be something that may have an element of truth to it. And that, so many people, and I mean so many people, as soon as you say conspiracy theory, they just dismiss it. And I'm like, well, that's how JWs think about everything that doesn't come from the Watchtower. If it doesn't fit right in line with their beliefs, doesn't fit their tunnel vision, it's to be dismissed. And I'm just saying that you can't really do that. Like, I'm not a big fan of CNN News. But every now and then, they actually will have a legitimate news story. Not too often, but every now and then. So, I mean, you have to analyze each piece of information on its own merit. You can't just blanket, this is rubbish, this is crap. Because, the world, we live in a culture now where everything has to be either or. But that's not how reality works. There's a large gray area. We have to take each individual thing and analyze it and figure it out on our own. Well, it's a lot easier just to throw a blanket over and agree with or deny. That's not how it works.
And the organization does teach some truth that's literally true. You know, so what about the terminology of consider the source? And if it's a source that, you know, we would dismiss it just because it's a certain source. What are your thoughts about that? Because, like, for instance, Fritz, who was on the show before this one, you know, he has spent time in jail and done a few criminal activities, yet he's really done his homework on other stuff and is very valued and very educated on these certain things and is a person of prominence, you know. And then there's Alex Jones, okay. He went to court and he claimed that Sandy Hook was all fake and everything and had to face the parents of the children that were killed. And he ended up, you know, what was it, paying a fine to some of the parents or something. So yes, they've done some things, but it doesn't necessarily mean we would dismiss everything, if that makes sense. Consider the source. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, you have to consider the source. Again, I apply the same questions. Okay, so the source, you know, of a particular story says this. Okay, what is the benefit of them spreading the story? Or if they're, you know, disputing the story, what's the benefit of them disputing the story? What is the evidence? You know, like a lot of people, you know, a lot of people come on a show. There was a host on one of Rick's shows ways back. His entire show would just come on and he would just spout conspiracy theories. Boom, 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 right down the line. All right. But anytime somebody would question it, you know, well, what about this? He would just dismiss it and move on to the next thing. All right. And he never, ever gave a drop of proof or evidence or anything. You know, he was just like, and he got to the point where it's like, if you don't believe me, you have a problem.
So you're speaking of someone that had a show, not necessarily Rick, somebody that had a show on 6 screens?
Had a show on 6 screens.
Okay.
And, you know, who's no longer here. You know, so now I did listen to Fritz a little earlier. I've never read any of Fritz's stuff. I've heard his name. I knew a little bit about his reputation. So I decided to check the show out. What impressed me about Fritz is he would say, this is just my opinion, but based on my research, this is what I think. That's a good way to approach it.
I agree.
You're not stating it as fact. You're stating it as your opinion. Granted, somebody like Fritz has done a lot of research, so it's an educated opinion. But even somebody who has an educated opinion, don't be afraid to question them.
Yes. Very good. And what happens when you do question, you know, pay attention to that too.
Right.
If you get attacked for questioning, it's very good.
Here's the thing, okay? If you question a source and you find out that it's a legitimate source, well, that's a good thing.
Yes.
Because now you've found a source that, you know, you can count on, that you can trust.
How would we know it's a legitimate source?
Well, if things come to fruition, you know, or like if somebody says, "Oh, gee, you know, I heard there's this conspiracy theory that drinking water out of a plastic bottle can turn a guy into a girl," and you know, somebody I know recently heard that and they were laughing about it, and I'm like, "That's scientific fact." You know,
Right.
if you research it, you will find out that plastics, exude an enzyme that emulates estrogen. So that drinking water or drinks out of plastic bottles, which I do all the time, or eating foods that are cooked in plastic bowls in a microwave, it causes the build, this enzyme that emulates, estrogen, which I can see, never saw a guy wearing a man bun until all this started coming up. Yeah. Just, stuff like that. So.
Oh my God. And I used to blame it on McDonald's Happy Meals.
Ironically, while you can blame McDonald's Happy Meals for a lot, that's not one of them.
Okay. Yeah.
By the way, Linda, did I show you my T-shirt I'm wearing today?
No, tell me what it says.
It doesn't say anything.
Oh my.
Apostolate.
Oh, I see it now. It's a
really big pug.
It's a pug dog. Hi, Kurt.
And with my belly, it makes the nose really stand out good.
Yeah.
Nice shirt.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kurt.
It's been a good program tonight. Can you hear me very good?
Yep.
Can you hear me very good? Okay. Well, I don't want to be depressing or anything, but I just laying here in my chair thinking about what we all know, the world conditions. I don't want to sound like the Watchtower, but I don't know what you guys think about this, but I think the world it's a wonderful place to live, so much to do and all that. But I think that the world is really, especially from the militaries of the world, the governments, that we may be really close to some kind of military conflict. I noticed the other day, this goes on quite often. I don't think it's a daily thing, but you all might have seen on the news there 4 or 5 days ago, the Air Force was flying in the South China Sea, a recon flight. That's supposed to be international waters. And a Chinese fighter jet, I think it came within 400, maybe 400 yards, or I guess. But the point is I don't know really, but I do believe that sometime soon, I don't know how soon it will be, that there will be out in the ocean between the navies, also or a Chinese ship allegedly buzzed or whatever you call it, an American battleship or cruiser or something a few days ago. Point being is I just have a feeling that it may not be World War III, but out in the oceans or up with the Air Force, that there's going to be an incident that is going to be very serious. And I don't want to be depressing or anything. I know myself, I'm not ready, and I'm not talking about being crazy about this, but you see this on YouTube all the time where a lot of people are preparing for the end of something, the end of the world or something, and they are, what do they call them? They have a name for them, these people.
They kind of live off grid, and also survivalists, where you can be prepared if electricity goes out, stuff like that.
Preppers.
Now you're out there. I'm gonna say one more thing. You're out there, possibly in L.A., and if the world would start, I don't know, having a lot of economic problems, the trucks stopped running, we'd all be in trouble. But especially in a big city like Los Angeles, I thought I'd bring that up. That's been on my mind a lot. I don't lose any sleep over it or anything, but I think about my family in particular, and there's not much I can do about it. I don't even go out to the door out on the porch. But anyway, enough of that. But anyway, I thought I'd bring that up just to maybe see what you all thought about it. Anyway, I'm going to go to star mute. I'm going to thank you, Apostle Beck.
Sure. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, you know,
Pete?
even when I was a witness.
I just wanted to say.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Who is this?
Oh, this is Mimi again.
Oh, hi. Hold on just a minute, because I was going to let Pete finish up what he was saying, and then you're next, okay? Go ahead.
As far as what Kirk was saying, you know, talking about potential war, when I was, you know, a witness, I kind of welcomed hearing news of potential wars or potential conflicts. And the reason for that is because there is a scripture in the Bible, which escapes me right now because I don't use it too often, that says, when the world leaders declare peace and security, that is when the end will come. So as long as we're having wars or threats of wars, Armageddon ain't coming.
Okay. Okay.
If the Bible is to be believed, then, you know, we're good.
Okay. Thank you for that. Go ahead, Mimi.
I was just going to kind of piggyback on what the last caller was saying, because I don't know if anybody's heard, but the government has handed out, I don't know what, satellite phones, I think they're called, to the Congress recently, within the last week. So I think they are possibly planning something. Something's going to happen. I don't know. I mean, not to scare people. I think, because I'm not prepared either, but I do see things kind of going that way with the government. So that's all.
And I'm glad you said this, Mimi, and I'm glad, Kurt, what you brought up too, because, you know, sometimes it seems conspiracy theory, and sometimes we can think of this as like, we have no control over it, but what we can do is kind of prep a bit, you know, on rice and beans or different staples that, you know, if and when this does happen, that we have access to certain things. That falls into an area of something we do have control over, whereas we don't have control over what's going to go on in the ocean between, you know, different countries, and we have no control over that. But to have us be more prepared in case it affects us, it's good to have these things on hand, and to please add your medication as well into some of these things. That's advisable too, because when something like this goes down, getting medication is going to be virtually impossible. It just is, you know. So, and also, like, if you put over-the-counter stuff of medication, you want to have a thing where you check it every 6 months. You know, your whatever you would call it, a to-go bag or a to-go bucket or whatever. Check Thank you. Check the expiration dates on medications and stuff. And from what I understand, after the expiration date, it doesn't mean that it's not any good anymore, but it's going to be less potent. So take that time to buy some more, you know, that's more up to date. So that gives us a sense of, this is what we can do. You know, otherwise, and I've joked about this in the past, I'm like, we don't have much control over a whole lot, but we have control over what we do with our eyebrows. Because that's something I can control.
Hey, Linda.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yes.
There's much more that we can also do and control. And here, bear with me. What you mentioned about medications. Now, maybe some medications are so important, but a lot of medications, for instance, I was taking medication for high blood pressure. And you would think you're going to have to take that the rest of your life. But guess what? I lost weight. I don't have to take blood pressure medication anymore. Somebody who's taking diabetic medicine, like metmorphin, if they control their diet, if they change what and how they eat, they can go off the medication. So sometimes instead of hoarding up medication, which has side effects and long-term bad effects on our bodies, sometimes going off the medication and becoming healthy is a much better way to prepare.
You know what? Thank you. What a great idea to have as a goal to get your, yes, that's something we could have control over. Thank you, Larry. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that was good. That was good, and I appreciate all of your all's comments on what I brought up there. I think we're all concerned about the future, especially, well, period, but especially if you've got grandkids. All our kids are grown up, but don't worry about them too. But grandkids in particular, what kind of world it's going to be, 30 years from now. I have
Exactly.
but yeah, but it's a little bit. If in my opinion, if you get serious thinking about it, if you really think about it, it can be scary. If there is a major war that spreads all over the earth to some degree, I don't think it'll go nuclear, because I don't think God would allow that. It would just ruin everything. But some kind of serious conflict, but especially the economy. The economy, boy, my goodness. If these trucks and trains quit running for some reason, maybe, it could just wreck a lot of people all over the world. But anyway, thank you all for your comments on that. Yeah.
And thank you for bringing it up. And I've mentioned in the past, I don't want to get too political, but this is a tad bit political, but we're not, it's not, I don't think of it as going overboard. I think of it as, now we're taking time to critically think of things we can do that we can control. And what's come to mind for me is, if any of us have any room to plant some vegetables and some fruit, that also too helps us be prepared for the future. So yeah, Larry brought up what he brought up as far as changing your habits and getting off of certain kinds of medications, such as high blood pressure and even diabetes medication, which I know of people that have done this, and then Larry's talked about how he's done this. That's even a wonderful goal to do, that we do have control over. So does anybody else have any other ideas that besides putting together a to-go bag? Sure, go ahead.
Look up behind me here, up on the wall.
What are those?
Those are slingshots.
Oh, okay, that's right, slingshot.
Which I've been learning how to use, because I anticipate at some point Stop and Shop may not be a good place to do hunting anymore.
Say that again, because you anticipate what?
Because I think we may get to a point where Stop and Shop might not be a good place to go hunting anymore.
Okay.
Right now I do all my hunting at the meat counter at Stop and Shop. But, the way prices are going and the supply chain issues, we may not be able to go to the grocery store. So
very, very good point.
The squirrels and small game in my neighborhood better watch out.
Really, that's so that could be a way of hunting for your
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, it's not regulated by the government yet.
Whereas there's been a push.
Guns and rifles and stuff like that are, so.
Right.
Yeah.
See, that's something I hadn't thought of either. Thank you. Yeah, if that's a good alternative. And I get that some people have, they have their guns and they have their reasons for their guns. And yet at the same time, anytime a school gets a visitor with a gun, it's often right after that, there's all this discussion about gun control and all
Yeah,
this
well,
stuff. You know?
the whole problem, not to go off on a tangent or not to digress, but if gun control laws worked, Chicago would be the safest place to live.
You think so?
I know it because Chicago has more gun laws than any other city or town in the country.
Oh, I'm not familiar with this.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Chicago has an outright ban on weapons or on handguns. Yet every weekend, 40, 50 people are getting shot with handguns because crime in Chicago is out of control. It's the #1 crime city in America. So gun control laws don't affect criminals. Criminals don't care about laws. All gun control laws do is stop honest citizens from defending themselves against criminals.
I can't argue with that.
No.
Yeah, I mean, and I've heard Australia.
I agree with you, Pete, and opposed to Babe.
Jonna makes a very good point. Parents need to
the gun laws here in Tennessee are very lax, and we don't have much gun violence at all. It's pretty low, and we have very easy laws. You can get the license to conceal and carry very easily. I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness, and I was always kind of scared of having a gun, but times have gotten more unstable, and I decided to get one for home protection, and it was very easy to get. And that could be a good thing or a bad thing, but I have a clean record, and so I think it is a good thing, you know. And like I said, like in somewhere like say Europe, where they ban guns, the knife fights are up more than ever.
Interesting. Okay.
At some point, are you going to ban the rocks because David used a stone to kill Goliath?
Yeah.
When I first left the witnesses, there was a as Linda referred to, every time there's a mass shooting, there's the knee-jerk reaction. We got to ban guns. We got to ban guns. And I was so tempted to take a Bible and beat somebody to death with it just to see if they would attempt to ban the Bible.
Right.
Because if you're gonna blame the weapon, for what the person does.
Here's what they should do. What they should do is quit banning guns and just ban murder. See how well that works. Put a law saying it's illegal to commit murder, and see if that law doesn't work. Gun laws aren't going to work.
Right. Criminals don't care. I actually watched a clip of The View where they were discussing gun control, and it's like, we need more gun laws. And it's like, well, Chicago has more gun laws than every place else, yet they have the highest amount of, gun crime. And it's like, well, that's because the guns are being brought in from other places. Exactly. Because the criminals are going to do what they have to do to get the guns. The only way...
Well, here's the thing I would like to ask you. I want to ask you, brother. In the Constitution, the right to bear arms.
Yeah.
What is that to bear arms against?
The government.
Exactly.
The Second Amendment is to protect the people from a tyrannical government.
Right. So the point is, if we have the right to bear arms against the government, then who is the government to go against bearing bearing arms to protect ourselves against criminals.
Exactly.
Wow.
The government doesn't care about you protecting yourself against criminals. The government is concerned about you protecting yourself from them.
Yeah.
Because if you look, the government has been trying to take away your rights for decades. And, that's the first step in becoming a dictatorship is to take the weapons away from the public.
That's true.
That's historical.
Yes.
Every country that ends up being run by a dictator, the government restricted weapons to the public first.
This is true.
Right.
The town that my grandfather was born into was Houston, Texas, Houston, Texas, and he was born like 1903, right? Everybody had a gun. Everybody had a gun, right? The streets were still, dirt roads and stuff, and I did not ever hear about how bad the criminal activities was, but I did hear about how Big Mama, which was my grandfather's mother, we called her Big Mama. her younger brother did kill Big Mama's husband because Big Mama's husband used to beat the crap out of her. So her little brother did shoot him in the streets. So this did go down, but I didn't hear like there was all this criminal activity.
Yeah, back in the 1950s, which historically isn't really that long ago, they actually taught rifle safety in schools.
Did they really?
You can find on YouTube, there's still like video footage of classes where kids would bring their rifles in from home and they would have rifle safety classes in school.
Wow. Somebody from the...
Yeah, what a difference 50 years makes.
No kidding. Somebody from the chat was asking where you live, Pete.
Yeah, I'm not from Chicago.
Okay. I was going to say you don't live too far from Rick, but maybe a half hour away from Rick, right?
Yeah, about a half hour outside of Boston.
Okay.
Can I say something about guns?
Sure.
I get really offended, and bear with me where I'm going to go with this. I get a little offended when I hear people like on The View, and they're talking about, oh, it's so bad, these kids in school, they got a gun and they killed somebody, or this person shot somebody, and we have to have less guns. Well, wait a minute. A lot of people get killed in cars. Well, let's get less cars. Does that make a lot of sense?
It makes about as much sense as what was it? There was a
lot of people die from cigarette smoking, as it says in the chat. Are they going to ban cigarettes?
They should.
There was a marathon years back. I think it was probably like 2013. And somebody made a bomb out of a pressure cooker with a bunch of nails.
Boston.
Was that Boston? Yeah.
Yes,
so
the Boston Marathon.
Should we ban pressure cookers? It is the individual criminal.
Dude, I was freaking out so bad that day because at the time I was driving airport limos and I was in the airport. So you're listening to the radio, and of course they blare in with this that a bomb has gone off at the Boston Marathon. And it's like, oh my God. And then just a few minutes later, a second bomb went off. Now it's like, what the hell is going on? Right? And then there was a third explosion, although it wasn't a bomb, at the JFK library, which is very close to the airport. So I'm at the airport and I'm looking, and there's like this trash can, and I'm going, wait, that would be a great place for somebody to stick a bomb. All of a sudden, it's like I'm getting paranoid, you know. Again, until you have all the information, you know, of course, later in the day, you know, they were using, you know, like you said, pressure cookers in a backpack. And the one at the JFK turned out to be, it was just a regular fire type thing, but it was just the timing of it, you know? So, yeah, you know, just for that few moments there, there's like a panic. You don't know what was going on, you know? And it really messes you up. You're not prepared for stuff like that.
Yes, and this could cause a mob mentality.
Yeah.
And mob mentalities happen when people think there is a mass shooter, you know, in an amusement park or something like that. That can get very dangerous. So anyways, where we're going with this is to think ahead. How would you, you know, while you're not in that state of fear, because once you're in that state of fear, you're easily led in a direction anybody can send you in. But if you think ahead, how do you want to act in a situation like this? To think ahead of time, then you can retrieve that much better.
Yeah, well, it's all about preparation. You know, when, you know, like I don't own a gun now. I haven't owned a gun in almost 20 years. But I owned a gun for a long time because I worked for an armored car company. You know, I had to carry one for a living.
Okay.
And your training is that, you know, in this situation, this is what you do. And you keep, you know, telling yourself that over and over and over again, you know, ingraining it in your thought process so that if the situation arises, you don't have to stop and think. It's just ingrained in you. You just do it, you know, automatically by rote. You know, and
there for a minute.
That's what you have to do. Like, if, you know, the shit hits the fan, I already know I have a bug out bag that's all ready. It's got everything I need to survive for like a week. You know, it's shelter, food, everything, first aid kits, the whole 9 yards. And I know that I already know where I'm heading, you know. So
what you are saying, I agree with what you are saying.
Yeah.
And Larry's comment, I think, is very reasonable. It's a huge debate about gun control, common sense. The AR-15s in the hand of a psychopath is very bad. But if you ban the AR-15s and you had a person with a trained to shoot with a pistol, a 17-round clip, they can do a lot of damage, obviously. And one way or another, this psychopath will find a way to kill somebody. So I don't know what the answer is. I think with the AR-15, if I went into a gun store to buy an AR-15, I think this would be reasonable. I would have to have a medical slip from the psychiatrist that has interviewed me, I don't know, once or one or more times, and has given me the green light that I'm psychologically able to get that done without killing somebody. But I wanted to mention something about that box that I have no idea, but I'm going to make a wild guess. That box that the elders are not going to open until November.
So Pete, I don't know if Pete's heard about this, but the elders are going to receive a box, and it says for them not to open it until November 5th, which, by the way,
yeah,
when you're done making your comment, I have something to share about that. But please go on, Pete.
Yeah.
I mean, Kurt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Forgive me.
I'm thinking that I'm just making a wild guess. I'm thinking in that box is going to be some kind of new directive for the elders. Of course, that's going to the elders. And what it's going to be about is more security at the kingdom halls, possibly even a brother carrying a pistol. But most importantly, contained in that information will be preparing all of the congregations for a sudden end of the world. But now, like Pete said earlier, Pete said in their doctrine, you have to have a declaration of peace and security before Armageddon. We all know that. But maybe they're thinking there will be a lot of trouble before Armageddon. They believe Armageddon, close out the age, and we all know that's what they teach. And tribulation, and we all know that. So I'm just thinking, just a wild guess, that it's something very important, and it has to do from this shooting in Germany, and they've sat down around the table up there, and they've discussed it. And we need more security at the Kingdom Halls, and we need to get everybody ready for, they talked about the go bags, get everybody mentally ready and even physically ready for some kind of disaster. Anyway, I just thought I'd bring that up.
Could I ask you a question, Kurt?
Yeah.
My name is Eric, and
hi, Eric.
I just wanted to. Hi, buddy. I just wanted to ask, and it's a two-part question. Why the AR-15, and why not a 12-gauge shotgun with a side piece of a 1911 45 ACP handgun? Because those are deadly weapons compared to. I know an AR-15 can be used in many different manners, but I feel like the gun has been demonized. And let's face it, a 12-gauge shotgun in a close environment will put a hole through you, straight up.
I agree.
If you have buckshot in it.
Absolutely.
And a 45 ACP in a 1911 or say a 90 millimeter will pretty much mess you up, and that's a semi-automatic. And it's a small pistol compared to an AR-15. AR-15 has a handle that extends out with a long barrel. And yes, it can be used as a combat weapon, but anything can be. A revolver, you get a 44 Magnum. That'll kill an elephant almost.
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought that up because I'm completely in agreement. I'm going to digress and say that when I use myself as an example, going into a gun shop, really what that should mean.
Are you a Southern man? You live in the South? Are you in the South? Because I am too. The gun laws are very, very non-strict down here.
Yeah, it is here too.
I'm in Tennessee.
I made a mistake earlier, and you brought that to my attention. Let me say it again in a totally different way. I'm thinking that if I go into a gun shop to buy a gun, no matter what the gun is, no matter what it is, a hunting rifle, whatever, I should have maybe this is a stretch, but have a psychiatric piece of paper that I lay down on the counter, and I've been given a test by a psychiatrist, and I'm not a psychopath. And so yes, I get your point. You're right. Any gun can be deadly, very deadly. So,
and then the second part of my question is that if we do that, who gets to decide what you mean to tell me the government wouldn't want to get on in that action of controlling the psychologists to tell people who could and couldn't have guns so that they can take that right from us so that we cannot fight tyranny?
I agree. That's another thing. You have thought this through a lot better than I have.
And I have not been a gun owner very long because of Jehovah's Witnesses, but I have pondered on this very much because of the world conditions, because of my change of stance politically towards it because I have escaped from the witnesses' mind control over me.
I think your thinking about it is a lot better than mine. I will admit that.
Oh, well, it wasn't a competition, but thank you, sir.
Yeah.
We're all here together to talk.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Just wanted to share that, and I always appreciate hearing from you, Kurt. You're cool.
By the way, Kurt tomorrow's going to be giving his testimony tomorrow, right?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, thank you, Apostle Babe. I hope I won't bore everybody to death. There's not really a whole lot to tell, but Sunday before, I was on Anne-Marie, this program, and I got to talking, and I can't stop hardly when I'm here. And I led us all over the place. But yes, tomorrow we're going to have an interview. It's going to be an interview, and then hopefully people will get on there when I get done and talk about whatever they want to talk about. Hopefully it'll be that way. So yeah, thank you for mentioning that, Pastor Babe. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, 2 weeks ago you got sidetracked. Yes, Pete?
I think I figured out what might be in those boxes on November 5th.
What?
I think that the Watchtower is going to send the deeds to all the kingdom halls back to the congregations.
Okay, I didn't see this coming. And why? Do explain.
Wouldn't that just be the Christian thing to do?
Oh, okay. Then that makes the perfect sense because it would be the Christian thing to do. Oh, God.
I mean, the only reason you wouldn't do something like that would be for like a business reason.
It's fascinating that you say this because at times when they know, the organization leadership knows that their property will be liquidated, they do put it in the different members' names so that it doesn't get taken away from them. That they have a history of doing this. That's fascinating. And I also wanted to mention, since we were talking about being prepared and stuff, so Southern California, I live in Southern California, what we get here is earthquakes. And what we don't usually think of, if we have a to-go bag in our, the trunk of our car or near the door or wherever, is to have a good pair of tennis shoes that has a thick sole, either under your bed or in your to-go bag or both, because there's stuff that'll be all in the ground if it's a really big earthquake. And so that was something I wanted to mention. And I'm still liking the idea about your slingshots, Pete.
Well, here's the thing, like those slingshots that you see, those are all commercially made. Like I ordered them online, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, if I didn't have those, I could, cut a branch off a tree, find some rubber bands and, improvise a slingshot that would do almost as good. So, it's all about preparation, knowledge. You have to know how to do these things, Like it's one thing to say, well, if I can't go shopping, I'll just, catch some fish. Well, do you know how to catch fish?
Good question. Good question. Yeah.
It's easy to say that you're going to do something, but saying you're going to do it and then going out and actually doing it are often two totally separate things.
Yes. This is true. This is very true.
Linda.
Yes.
When you talk about a go bag, enough food to put in your go bag. So when you get there, what are you going to eat?
When you get where?
Okay, you have a go bag to go somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Go.
You're going to go somewhere.
So you have enough food to get where you're going to go, right?
Yeah.
You get there, what are you going to eat?
Whatever food you put in your go bag.
Yeah.
No, because you use the food in the go bag to get going, right? So if you're going to travel enough go
Well,
bag.
you also got to have a got there bag.
A what?
Your go bag has a smaller bag inside called the got there bag.
A got there bag.
And that's got the food that you're going to live on when you get there.
This is getting so good now.
I think it's going to be. I think they're going to live on roadkill and cannibalism.
Oh my, this picture.
Dude, that's why I'm going by myself.
I'm sorry, Larry. They can't help themselves.
I got out of bed to tell you what's in the bag.
Yeah.
She's not feeling good either.
You want to know what's in the bag?
Yes.
Well, it's a new book, and it combines the practicality of Young People Ask with the climax at hand Revelation book. You know what it's called?
What?
You want to know what it's called?
I do.
It's your last effing day.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
I just wrote that just for you, Kurt. I write it as I go.
That was really good. I honestly, I've thought about you tonight. I don't know, 2 or 3 times, wondering where you were. So,
well, I've been to the dentist. I'm on hard medicine, and I got to go back in another week. So you won't be hearing from me, but I'm hanging in.
I hear you. Hang in there. Hang in there.
Okay.
I wanted to bring up. I don't know if I should do this or not, but I wanted to bring up Christine. You know, here on Apostle Babe, I guess I was pretty rude to her back a couple of months back. Didn't mean to be, but I just want to bring it up one more time. I've heard her on other programs. I enjoy hearing her talk, and I think I offended her. And I just want, Apostle Babe, I don't know if you know where she's at or whatever, but I just hope that she'll come back on Larry's program and your program and Eric's program. And she don't have to worry about me, I don't know, disapproving of something she may say. She don't have to worry about that. Not that she has any reason to, but I hope that she is not coming on Apostle Babe and these other, Larry's program, for example, because maybe I'm on there, you know. I'm not saying she's thinking that. I have no idea, but I just want to put the message out, that, you know, I hope that's not the case, because she don't have to worry about me if she is worried about it, offending her or whatever. So I just wanted to say that, Apostle Babe. I don't know if you talk with her or not. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. And Larry, I don't even know if you got a chance to finish what you were saying before everybody joined in.
No, I didn't. My point was how absurd even the idea of a go bag, because as if we're going to be traveling, right? Travel to go, where are we going to travel? We're going to take a go bag and we're going to go, and we have to use that food while we're going, because if things get really bad, there's no transportation. We're walking, so we have to have energy and food to get where we're going. And then when we got going there, our go bags have been depleted, and everybody's go bag is depleted where they're all together. So I think that's where the sister mentioned about cannibalism.
Yeah, I hear your point. I do hear your point. When there is a disaster, the suggestion to go to another location, a Red Cross location or something. And but yeah, the ridiculous. I hear what you're saying. It sounds ridiculous, yet at the same time, if that can get you to that next location that people are being directed to go to, some Red Cross location or some school.
I mean, the guideline for a go bag, you should have like 3 days worth of food.
Right.
So hopefully you're where you're going to be long before 3 days.
Yeah. And if we're still in our homes, it's good to still have some extra beans or some extra rice, whether our stoves are working or not. People can find alternative ways and this, that, and the other.
Instead of a go bag, there should be a stay bag, a bag for learning, a bag of information, how to survive, a survival kit.
Yes, I agree.
The whole reason
that's what I have in my house
is when you can't stay where you are.
Yeah. Yeah, these are good things to think about. Things that we, if we plan for, it gives us a better sense of control of possible things that can come up. That's good. That
somebody's got their online and their phone open. It's got a repeat thing.
Wicked echo.
Yeah, if we could push *6 unless you're getting ready to. Yeah, because we can hear the background show.
Hey, so Dimitri. Dimitri has a comment. Yeah. Pete says 3 days of food before going cannibalism.
Yep.
No,
Thank you.
Not you, Kurt.
3 days worth of food.
Somebody has their online and their phone open at the same time.
Yeah, I got you. I'm going to go back to star mute.
Okay, *6. And Happy Heretic is in the room.
Yep.
Hello, lovely. Will the elders pick up the Ikery and disabled JWs and their go backs? This is a great question. I tell you what, that first year of pandemic, I tell you what, those elders, man, they were worked hard. They were going to most of the elderly, I don't know how, either over the phone or something, teaching them how to get online to do Zoom, because most of the elderly did not know how to do Zoom. So they were teaching a lot of them that. And then when it came time for the memorial, all of the elders had to deliver something that represented the bread and the wine, which meant most of their wives were putting together stuff. I mean, the elders worked overtime that first year of the pandemic. Fortunately, the second year, they decided to just give the JWs a recipe.
They get paid for it. What the heck? Right?
Okay, we're still hearing the background noise. So if somebody is on the line, can you push *6 so that we don't hear that background? Yeah, it sounds like it's going to echo forever.
Forever.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to echo forever. Well, I am off of my Adderall for quite a few days now, which, by the way, there's like a nationwide, there's no Adderall available for patients that are normally on Adderall, which are those with ADHD or whatever, and it helps us concentrate. And what it's like to be ADHD or ADD is like you listen to a person, but every other sound that's around as well comes in just as much. So the strain to focus in on one person or to read and cancel out everything else is quite difficult. So that's the purpose of taking Adderall. And I don't know if any of you see my figure, but I'm really not abusing it. So I've been off of it for a bit. And so my symptoms are pretty much that I'm just more tired than usual. But I just wanted to put out a heads up that this is happening, because once somebody is dependent on a certain medication and you can't get it anymore, there is a tendency to go to the streets and get the drugs off the streets. And I already know of 2 people who have died over the last year or so because there's fentanyl or whatever that's called put into the drugs off the streets. Please, please, please try to deal with not doing that. Try to deal with other, so what I'm basically doing is calling my pharmacy every day going, has it shown up yet? And it just hasn't. So, yeah, just be careful, okay? Because I know I'm not the only one that takes Adderall and for focusing. But I think I'm going to, okay, we don't hear the echo. I was going to say I was going to let the show go if the echoing kept going, because focusing through that, I just was not going to be able to bear doing. So that stopped. So thank you.
Congratulations, Bob Roberts. Found out he finished his first law course.
Oh, I was wondering about that.
Yep.
I was wondering about that.
Bob's going to become a lawyer so he can defend the Watchtower in court.
Yeah. And you know what? I've been listening to another, I'm all into podcasts. I think it's called Wrongful Convictions. And some people will go to prison and be wrongfully accused. And I picture him being someone that would be for that as well. Dimitri said that my friend relied on Adderall and he takes it and he says it helps. Yeah, it does. So I've been off of it for a good week now. And
good point by you, Bob.
So I'm just using, coffee a bit, just drinking my coffee, and basically that's what I'm doing, because it's a stimulant, and that's what the Adderall is. So please, 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 if you're off of your Adderall because you can't get it, please try not to go to the streets to get whatever's being offered. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that day that
taking it to the street, taking it to the street.
I'm looking forward to that day when when we hear from Bob Roberts, who is our Australian guy, when he says he passed his bar, because we're going to have a diehard 6-screen celebration for that man. And it's going to be a good time. I'll tell you what, a good time.
Is he going to represent us all in a class action suit against Watchtower?
Maybe so. If that's what he could use to practice on, I'll volunteer. That
would be a hell of a first case, huh?
I know, right?
Launch his career really quick.
Right? Definitely. So yeah, I appreciate you coming on here, Pete, and talking about critically thinking, because there's just so much going on, and I really like the way the discussion went, that we've all been talking about the guns and how how we view them and stuff. And I liked the opinions that were showing up.
Yeah,
But
I mean, look, if we lived in a world where guns didn't have to exist, that would be great. But they do exist, and guess what? They were created by people.
they were,
So,
yeah.
as long as there are people, there will be guns or something that does the same thing as a gun does. Because people are self-destructive as a species. So the problem isn't guns, the problem is people. Now,
I agree.
if we can ban people, then I think we'll be ahead of the game.
Yeah.
Remember, there are two types of people in the world, and we should avoid both of them.
Okay. I was going to say only two.
Yeah, there are only two types of people in the world: binary and non-binary.
We're not going to go there.
Just wrap your head around that one.
Oh my God. Was there another subject, or do we want to go on with more critical thinking? And just thank you for being so patient while everybody went on about the Leather King. I mean,
I thought you were talking about the guy with all the tigers, and I realized that was Tiger King.
I know, right?
I need to watch the show more often.
He had a fun show, yeah.
What you got?
Cucumber water.
Yeah. That will not be in my go bag.
Okay. I put some cilantro and cucumber. Well, it has vinegar too. The vinegar with the mother. But back to your slingshots, that's still a good thing too. And I like the fact that you said you can just take a branch off of a tree and make one.
Absolutely. I mean, that's, when you, well, I don't know about girl children, but boy children, that's one of the first things you do. You get a tree branch with a fork in it, you put some rubber bands on there, and you shoot around. Because, we're boys. We like to shoot things and hit things with sticks.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we communicate. We don't have feelings. We have projectiles.
You should hug a tree sometime.
I hugged a tree, and I got creepy crawlies on me.
Too funny. Bob Roberts says, I can't defend the JWs. I'm not a Catholic. Oh, my goodness. But you can get deep involved in what clergy-tenant privilege is about.
Okay,
because
Bob,
that is a Catholic.
You can defend witnesses. Just practice saying this. Jehovah's Witnesses do not shun. Jehovah's Witnesses do not shun. Get that phrase down and you're good to go. Squirrels are getting into dude. The squirrels in my backyard, that's kind of what gave me the inspiration. Like, they are literally, 10 feet away. Tons of them.
Tell me you're not using your slingshots to hit the squirrels.
Not yet.
Oh, God.
Not yet.
No.
I am practicing so that I can get proficient enough, because I don't want to shoot a small animal and not kill it, like, right away. So
will you be eating them?
Of course. I don't kill for sport. We're talking survival here.
Oh, okay. I mean, I grew up on rabbits, so.
I said the whole reason for the slingshots is because I won't be able to go to Stop and Shop. You know?
Exactly.
So it's like, but I don't, it's not something that you just pick up. It's like, oh, I guess I have to kill squirrels. You know, it takes a while to get enough skill so that I can dispatch the squirrel humanely, quickly and efficiently. Yes, Dimitri, I agree. Squirrels tacos are delicious. Depends on how well.
Talk to Samuel Hurd, the hummingbird slayer.
I didn't hear that story.
I haven't either. Do tell.
What's that?
Hey, can I make a comment?
Sure, Debbie. Let me just hear this hummingbird slayer story, and then you're next, Debbie.
Oh yeah, Samuel Hurd. Did you hear when he talked about killing a hummingbird?
I don't recall this.
Can I tell the story then?
Yes, please.
It is kind of funny how he tells it. I'm watching because I look on jw.org all the time for material, and this is going back a while ago, but he's telling he paints a picture for you, and he goes, I saw a hummingbird and it was flying in the forest, and he's like paints he's like, what a beautiful little thing. And he's like basically telling us, you know what I did? I shot it. I killed it. Stone dead, he says. Stone dead. And he goes, why would I shoot it? You can't eat it. He goes, I guess I wanted to see how much of a skill I had or of a good shot that I had with my slingshot. And I just thought, like, where is he going with this? And all he really went with it was that he regretted doing it, and we all have to do things that we regret. But
like going out on service.
Talking about shooting squirrels, it reminded me of Samuel Hurd, the hummingbird slayer.
That's wow.
When he did it, he was 12 or 13, and that reminds me of psychopath behavior. Because isn't that what kids do when they're psychopaths? Kind of, they kill animals for the sport of it. I mean, I don't know, maybe not, but like sometimes you hear that from therapists that when they get pleasure out of it.
Torturing animals.
Right. Okay. But well, he had no problem killing that thing right out of the tree.
Yeah, I bet it's been a long time since Sam Hurd took a walk in any woods.
I would think so too.
Yeah.
Debbie, you're next.
Hi, Debbie. Hello, Debbie.
Hey.
Hey, Debbie.
I was going to...
Sexiest grandma out there.
What?
Sexiest grandma out there. That's our Debbie.
Oh. Yeah. Earlier, everybody was talking about the survival things, and one of the things that I would suggest, well, Larry said it earlier about getting books and stuff on how to make or how to make a fishing pole or something. And I hear myself. There it goes.
Yeah, if we could push *6, whoever's not speaking. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the things I bought is a book on medicinal herbs, and then learning how to forage for the area you live in. And then earlier I talked about a YouTube station I watch of Off Grid with Doug and Stacy, and they've been living off grid for 14 years. They're like close to 60. And
can you say their channel again?
Animals. What?
Can you mention their channel again?
Yes, it's called Off Grid with Doug and Stacy.
Off Grid with Doug and Stacy. Thank you. Go on.
And
they provide 90% of their own food, and their knowledge is amazing. But they had lived in the city, they were sick, they were run down, and they decided to sell everything they had and go buy land. They built a log cabin, and over the last 14 years, they've just been learning by doing, and by, I guess, by studying. And now everything is like second nature to them about, you know, how to make medicine and tinctures and all that from herbs. And it would be good to have at least one good bottle of 80% proof vodka, because you can make medicine from it. And apple cider vinegar.
80% fruit vodka? Did I hear that? Did I hear that right?
I think she said 80 proof vodka.
Oh, 80 proof vodka. The stories I was reading in prison was talking last night about how to make alcohol out of fruit. Okay. Sorry.
Out of fruit.
Yeah.
It's called hooch. Do that. And
okay.
They can, I saw that a show, well, it was a reality show where they put regular people that had not wrote the law in a pod, you know, with prisoners, and that's something that they regularly make is hooch. And they all put their pills and all that from their fruit and stuff in a plastic bag and sew it under their bed or something, and let it sit there.
Ferment.
So disgusting. But anyway, I was just going to make that comment that it would be good to learn what plants that you can forage for in your area. I mean, pretty much everybody who has a yard has weeds, or what they call a weed, and a lot of that, like dandelions, are really good for you. And one of them is called, there's another plant that looks like a weed, and most people do consider it a weed, but it's really a good weed to have. Of course, if you can get real weed, that wouldn't be bad to have either, you know.
I hear you.
Anything like that, or
I like what you're saying because you're saying that they've learned as they've gone along, and you know, that's really how we build up our wisdom, and things are second nature to them now, you know, and we have access to the internet now, and to learn about, like what you said, the dandelions and how it's good for you. How is it good for you? You know, you look it up or you find out from a friend, and you know, we have access to things to find out now. Yeah.
Right. And oh my God. I watched one of their videos today about growing your own elderberry and how it spreads, and how to cut the thing and how to stick it in the ground like 3 inches and grow. It can be a windbreaker because it just spreads like wildfire, you know, and when to cut it, you know, down low, and how healthy it is for chickens and birds, and it can prevent avian flu and all these viruses.
I think I've heard of those people before on YouTube. There's a lot of that prepping. But tell me again what their name is. I think I've watched them before. I haven't watched any prepping videos, and I don't know.
Well, they're not necessarily preppers either. They're just teaching people, you know, how to survive off grid. And I mean, it's just amazing. And their gardens, and they tell you how to, you know, what to plant and what not to plant. You know, like you would never plant elderberry and with your vegetables, because it would just take over the whole flower bed. But it's called Off Grid with Doug and Stacy.
Doug and Stacy, Off Grid with Doug and Stacy. I'm pretty sure it's been a while.
Well, they go all over the place and do where they, have classes for people. Like she ferments everything, and that way there's a good supply of food all through the winter that's fresh. And anyway, fermenting is supposed to be real healthy, because when you can stuff, you remove through the heat a lot of the vitamins and stuff that you really need to have. And through fermenting, you don't do that. Of course, fermented food is really good for us, but I think I kind of get tired of eating it all the time. But if that's all you got, you're going to eat it. And by the way, Pete, squirrel meat is disgusting. It's greasy. Isn't that?
Yeah.
The squirrel meat, or yeah, we had it one time, and my in-laws, my first marriage, they all like to play jokes on me. And like one time we were sitting at the table and they had this really beautiful roast, and everybody got some on their plate. And for some reason, everybody was looking at me. And I thought, oh my gosh, I didn't know what to say, what to do. So I just picked up and I got a little piece of that meat, and they said, how do you like the roast? And I was like, wow, that is tender. It like melts in your mouth. Well, yeah, of course it does. It was cow tongue. And oh my God, when they told me that, but it really was good. It really was tender, but I just said I couldn't eat something that could lick me back, It was gross. And then they served raccoon one day.
Yeah, squirrel meat's real strong. I'm on, this is Kurt. I'm on YouTube, and I just put Off Grid with Doug and Stacy on my subscription list.
Wonderful.
They've got lots and lots of videos, because, well, one way to recognize him is he's got a beard that's long, and he gets his clothes made by the Amish because they're so simple, and he don't have to worry about what to wear every day because everything's exactly the same. And she always wears like a cowboy hat or a baseball bat. Baseball hat. Yeah. And she's the one that does all the teaching about the gardening and the herbs and all that kind of stuff. And I love watching them. But I had to quit for a little while because I was getting too caught up in the SHTF movement, and I was getting really nervous about all the things that people were talking about. So first I just cut down how much I was watching, but then I had to just cut out everything I was watching. And I would not turn my TV on for days at a time. Or if I did, I would make a playlist of music off YouTube. And I found some interesting music that you wouldn't think a 62-year-old grandma would listen to. But if you listen to the words,
Debbie, I hear you say you save YouTube music videos on your playlist. I do the same thing.
You do, yeah.
Okay, I do the same thing.
You're married, aren't you, Kurt?
Yeah. Been married 50 years. 50 years, yeah.
Wow.
And we dated for I don't know, it was somewhere between a year and a half. Couldn't touch each other. Always had somebody around, and you know how it is with your witness. But yeah.
Oh yeah. I got married in 1977, and everybody thought we had the perfect marriage. And actually, we did have a good marriage. It's just that his father raped me several times. And my mother never liked my husband, and she was always trying to get me to leave him. And then I finally did. And then I was just, it was just me and my kids. But I really thought that we would make up, because I never stopped loving him. Actually, I guess we didn't have that great of a marriage because a lot of it was just mental abuse, calling me used goods and worthless. And, the Watchtower Society looks down on women, period. It's a patriarch. I don't know how to say it anymore. But,
I'm sorry I'm sorry that you had to suffer through that. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you, Grace. I appreciate that. But anyway, our marriage did break up, but I just wanted to prove that I wasn't dumb, I wasn't stupid, I wasn't worthless. And I ended up enrolling in college, and I didn't even realize I was doing it. And when I walked out of college, I was a full-time student, and I had 2 little kids, and I figured out how to put them in Head Start and arrange my classes around their schedule. And I also won a businesswoman's scholarship, and I had multiple job offers for when I finished. But then I found out about some low-interest bond money to build a house. And so while I'm going to college, I had a house built. And then I called my husband. Well, our divorce was just final, and I wanted to meet him, in a public place. And I was going to tell him I had achieved all this, and I had a good job. And so we sat down at the restaurant, and I said, well, I have some news. Well, my news was going to be, you want to give it another try. And I accomplished all these things, and I have a brand new house for our family. But I said, I have some news. And he said, yeah, I have some news too. I said, okay, you go first. He says, I'm getting married Saturday. And my heart fell to the floor. And I just got up and ran out of the restaurant because I just lost it crying. And I didn't want to, I don't know, it just kind of broke my heart. And
I understand.
I was 3 years younger than him. The woman he married was 3 years older than him. And it was the same woman that he was seeing every night at a bar. I mean, people had never seen me at that bar. They'd heard that phone ring a billion times every night when my husband was there. And then one night around midnight, I bundled up both kids and went to the bar. And I walked in, and you could have heard a pin drop because I had a toddler on each hip. And I caught him with that woman, and somebody says, hey, Bill, I think your wife is here. And he came over there, and what the are you doing here? And I said, well, you don't never come home, so I thought we'd just come visit you. And, of course, he pulled me out of the bar by my hair.
Wow.
And, helping me hold the kids, But you would wonder why I would want to go back to that. But I never stopped loving him. And I'm 62, so that means he's 65. And a few years ago, he had that Widowmaker heart attack. And my daughter saw it on Facebook. And she called, and she was really upset because he never had anything to do with our kids, ever. And, well, the elders also had a lot to do with the breakup of our marriage. They were, people talk about the questions that the elders ask you in a committee meeting, the kind of questions that you're sitting there thinking they're just getting off on listening to it. And they're so horribly intimate questions. I mean, you wouldn't even talk to your mate about that kind of stuff, you know. And here they were asking me this about being raped by my father-in-law. And I kept quiet for 5 years putting up with that. And at least now I can talk about it without crying or getting really upset because, well, he's dead now. And I thought that I would feel good when he died. And I didn't. I didn't really feel anything. And I was kind of shocked at my own feelings because I thought, well, I'll never get an apology from him. And he had always told me that if I ever told the elders, he would tell them I seduced him. Well, I got married at 16 years old. And me and my husband and I started, our first date was January 11th, 1977. We were married June 11th, 1977. And then we moved across the country in a 63 Chevy that we got for $100. That car lasted for years. Way better than any modern car. Anyway, I'll let somebody else talk.
Well, did you move from Memphis to Nebraska or all the way across the country?
We moved from Memphis to Wyoming, and then we ended up moving to Arkansas on his grandpa's farm, which we never should have left there. We were so happy. And all we did was live with his uncle in a little bitty trailer on farmland, and they went and trapped rabbits every day, and they would hunt them, kill them, skin them, and I'd cook them. And we lived
I grew up eating rabbit, yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It's real good meat. Of course, I hadn't had it in years, so it might not taste as good now. I don't really
grew up
eat
eating
meat. But yeah,
I tell you what,
and then one day I thought, what?
All raping you. I'll tell you, raping a woman. I got a wife and a daughter and 3 granddaughters. And I know sometimes men get drunk and out of their mind or on some kind of drug out and may make a mistake. I don't know if a man could really get drunk enough to rape a woman unless it was in his mind and heart.
He wasn't ever drunk. And he had a daughter my age, one older and one younger.
Yeah.
And
well, I tell you, in this part of the country, I don't think he'd have lasted. I know I don't have a mean bone in my body. I really don't. I'm very timid. But now when it comes to something like that, I don't know. I'd probably end up in the graveyard or the penitentiary over a man raping.
I was upset with my husband, but I mean, we were kids, both of us, and I think he'd always really looked up to his dad, and I kind of got angry with him because I wanted him to protect me, and he didn't. Nobody did. In fact, my father-in-law, right in front of his wife and all their kids and my husband, he would like cop a feel or stick his tongue in my mouth and he'd push me against the wall, and I would say, make him stop. My daddy never touched me like this. And my mother-in-law would say, "Oh, don't be so frigid," or "You ought to be happy he likes you." And then when 5 years later, after I told the elders to keep from getting disfellowshipped, I had to apologize to my mother-in-law for what her husband did to me.
I can't even understand that.
Sad thing. That's bad behavior that nobody, he must have had everybody intimidated, I guess. But
oh yeah, he did, definitely. But then when I called to keep from getting disfellowship, I did. I went to their house and I walked in, and my mother-in-law said, "You ought to be happy you're not dead. You never should have went to the elders without warning him first." And I'm like, his committee was his fleshly brother, his brother-in-law, and his best friend. And he did tell them I seduced him. I was 16 years old. He was 44. I mean, blame a 16-year-old girl who's deathly afraid of you. He's 6'3", 240 pounds. He worked on the railroad. I mean, he was a big, tough man. And he kept saying he loved me, and I kept saying, "If you loved me, why are you doing this to me?" And
well, if we got the soul sweep time travel down, you might not see him again. Again. But if not, if you see him in the resurrection, I don't know how it will work, but he's got to make reparations. I don't know how that would work. I've discussed that a lot with the Bible students about the resurrection of the unrighteous. It's very complicated. But if you see him again, it's not over. God's justice, somehow he would have to repent in some way and make reparations, for what he's done. So, and him and a lot of other people, probably me included. I've never done anything like that, anything that crazy. But well,
I felt betrayed. My father was an elder, and years and years and years later, I used to help them in the accounting practice because I took business management and accounting, and I was an insurance agent and all that kind of stuff. And I was putting something in a file cabinet one day, and I found a copy of a letter he sent to my father-in-law. And he told my father-in-law that he forgave him for what he did to his daughter, my father's daughter, which was me. And I was really, really mad when I saw that, because I'm like, I'm the one that should be forgiving him, and I'm not. I mean, well, I did have to just let it go, but it did ruin my life, because I've ended up basically alone in a wheelchair by myself, and I don't know how to deal with getting older. When I when I see all the other people getting older, I'm like, oh man, they look so different. But then in my mind, I'm still 16 years old, and my kids are 42 and 43 years old, and I got 3 granddaughters, and the oldest one will be 27, June the 23rd. And I can't believe I have a granddaughter that age. And it's just kind of weird, I mean, you don't ever imagine yourself when you're 16 being sick in your 60s. And I kind of freaked out about turning 60 because my dad died at 60. And I was so scared to turn 60 that when I turned 59, I had talked so much about turning 60 that my family thought I was 60. And my daughter made me a birthday cake with the candle 6 and 0. And I said, I'm not 60, I'm 59. And she's like, Mom, all you've done is bitch about turning 60, and you just turned 59. What's wrong with you? So after I was 60 and I lived through it, I was fine with turning 61 and now 62, but I'm trying to write a book about the truth my mother never told me. I'm not sure if that's going to be the title of what or not, but I want to write it, about the truth about aging and what happens as you age. Mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. Of course, spiritually, I've not committed 100% to anything, and I don't go to a regular church. Scott and Jody and Jay Hess all are, have online.
Debbie,
And
I'm gonna tell you something.
What?
I think you're already doing this, and what I'm going to tell you is not anything you didn't know when you was about 14. I got you pictured sitting in that wheelchair. You've been through a lot extra burden. There's an old gospel song called "Thy Burdens Are Greater Than Mine." And if you read the words to it, it's really a good song about people's burdens, especially Christians that try to have faith in God. But I want to tell you, I'm not much of a Christian. I could, I don't know, fabricate on how righteous I am, but it wouldn't be true. But I'm not the worst guy in the world either. It is very difficult for me. I don't know about you, but for me, it's very difficult for me to keep my faith in God and Christ. And use the Bible as the authority and try to figure out what God in Christ, what makes, I don't want to sound silly, what they approve of. It's very hard. And what I have done in the last 10 years in particular, I've got a lot of time on my hands, and I have no excuses except to turn the TV on and watch TV. I have all the time to sit and study the Scriptures. Now, when I do that, it makes me feel better. It makes me feel better. Now, someone on the outside, an atheist or a deist or whatever, they may say, well, it's mind control. Well, maybe it is. If it is mind control, and there's truth to it, and there's truth to it, then that mind control from the Scriptures, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. So I'm going to tell you what you already know, just one friend to the next. When you're sitting in that wheelchair, if you're not already doing it, which I think you are, study the Scriptures. I'll tell you something else. It's not really an exaggeration. It seems like, we were talking on the conference call one time about this, it seems like that every time that you study your Bible, you will, two things. Number one, you will learn something and think about something you never thought about before. You're reading the same Scriptures over.
Yeah.
But you didn't think about that. Secondly, you will be encouraged. You will be, if you combine that with prayer. I do a lot of praying. I don't, well, I could get into that, but I'm not bragging about it. I've got the time for it. I've got the time for it. I live in the head of a holler. Nobody bothers me. I'm not out at Walmart. I've quit driving about 7 years ago.
Yeah.
I have nothing else to do. Watch YouTube and study the scriptures. I am get to the point, to some degree, that I forget things real easy. I'll study something for an hour today, and I haven't been writing anything down in years. I used to write everything down in notepads, topic by topic, and I find out, 2 or 3 days go by, and I can't remember what I can't remember a lot of it. And so anyway,
I write everything down. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, really, I need to because it's like that tomorrow on Anne-Marie. If I'm going to have to do it before I get on there. If I don't write some of this stuff down.
What happened? I'm thinking that we lost the phone connection.
hell?
Hello, Rick. I'm wondering if the phone turned off. Okay, so you can only hear me and you don't hear anybody on the phone. Okay, that makes sense. Sounds like the phone timing got cut off because it'll do that about every 6 hours. And so I think what I'm going to do is call it a night. This show has gone on about four and a half hours. And I want to thank Pete for showing up. I want to thank everybody in the audience that shared their thoughts. And again, this is really a highlight of my week. And I'm looking forward to next week. And please, 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 tomorrow tune in. The first show on Sunday will be Kurt giving his testimony, okay? So Anne-Marie will be hosting that show. So please tune in tomorrow for that. And I'm going to say goodnight and thank you for everyone that showed up and anybody in the future who is listening to this show. It started on June the 3rd, 2023, and now it is June the 4th, 2023. This happens to be Pride Month for the LGBTQ community, so happy Pride Month. And I'm going to say goodnight to all. And thank you so, so much for being here. Talk to you guys next week. Bye-bye.